one issue clear, that our guest of honor, Professor Kiarara, who is the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Transport, he is on another meeting, special meeting, or special meeting with the Minister. He will be joining us, but we thought we should make good use of time, that we should maybe continue with the paper presentations while we are waiting for him to come. Now, having said that, we are going to skip the session for the opening, and thereafter also we are going to skip the session for prize awards. All those sessions will be done while he's arrived. Therefore, this is my pleasure to welcome the NIT Governing Council Chairperson to say just a word of welcome to NIT, because they are one who really managing the National Institute of Transport, and this is not a welcoming speech, but just a word of welcome to the participants. Professor Mbamba, please.
Rector, NIT, Dr. Mgaya, Deputy Rectors, members of Governing Council, management of NIT, convocation attendees, press, good morning. Good morning. As Rector has already mentioned, that I'm just greeting you this morning while we are assembling today for the convocation. I would like to say welcome to this convocation, where a number of issues will be deliberated and discussed for the development of our country, for the development of our profession, for development of our institution to move forward. We know we have a good number of experts. Let's make use of them so that we can move forward. As you know, in many academic institutions, before graduation, normally, before graduation, there should be an assembly where a number of issues, pressing issues, can be discussed. That's where we are today. Let us deliberate, discuss, so that we can come up with some resolution so that we can move forward. As he said, this is not official opening. It's just welcome to say good morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mbamba, who is our chairperson of the NIT Governing Council. As I said before, I'm not going to introduce participants of this convocation in detail. Rather, I will do that when the guest of honor will be in. But it's worth it mentioning who is here with us today. We have the chairperson, as he has introduced himself. We have also the Governing Council members. I think let us just recognize that you are present. We have NIT management, starting with the deputy rectors there. But today is the convocation day. This gathering also includes the NIT alumni. We do have the chairperson and the secretary for the NIT alumni. I think we are going to introduce them in detail once the guest of honor is in. But we have invited guests, that is the sister institutions, government organization and the private organizations with us today. Also, we do have sponsors who will give present to the best students of today. Also, we have invited NIT alumni who graduated from NIT since it started in those years, 1982, officially. Also, we have the best students with us today. But rather, as we continue to the paper presentations, we do have paper presenters with us today, sitting on my far left. Also, we do have the moderator of the paper presentation sessions. This is the Professor Muganilwa. Professor Zakaria Muganilwa is a professor in mechanical engineering, specialized in agricultural machinery, currently working with the Sokoine University of Agriculture. But Professor Muganilwa was the 6th rector of the National Institute of Transport, who was the rector for 12 years. I think is the rector who stayed for long compared to the others. And at NIT, he has served as a rector where he has been instrumental in developing and transforming the National Institute of Capacity in terms of training, research, and the consultants. And during his tenure is when we saw a very big transformation of the institute. With that, participant, let us put our hands together, clap for him. As long as he is here, recognize his contribution to the National Institute of Transport. The way you are seeing the National Institute of Transport today, where it is, among other rectors, but his contribution is really significant. Now, having said that, he's the one who is going to introduce our paper presenters. With these few words, Professor Muganilwa, please welcome to the stage, so as you can take control or you can continue with the paper presentation session. Professor Muganilwa, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. The chairman of the governing council, members of the governing council, NIT management, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to our presentations. You have the program. Our main theme for this year convocation is driving tomorrow, integrated transport and logistics services for sustainable development. Driving tomorrow, integrated transport and logistics for sustainable development. We have two sub-themes. The first sub-theme is sustainable transport and logistics services for resilient smart cities, which will have two papers. And then the second theme will be transforming Tanzania agricultural growth through connected transport and logistics. So I would like to introduce the first presenter for the first presenter from TRC, Madam Nzeimana Ndiagura. Nzeimana, you are welcome to the stage. Madam Nzeimana, she is the Director of Planning and Investment from Tanzania Railway Corporation. She's an economist who have worked more than 10 years with the TRC. So when she was employed, TRC was using only the meter gauge railway, and now she's among the think tank of the SGR. Chef and the operations, railway operations. Zeimana, you have 15 minutes. So you are welcome to the podium to deliver your speech on behalf of the Director General of TRC, Kadogosa, Masanja Kadogosa. Welcome.
Tumejaliwa sana sisi Tanzania, ngao yetu moja tumeshikilia. Heri tujiulize bila kudhania, mambo gani muhimu tumezingatia.
Chairman of the Governing Council, Director, distinguished guests. As the moderator said, my name is Nzeimana Ndiagura. I'm the Director of Planning and Investment, Tanzania Railways, and I've worked for more than 10 years since it was a rail asset holding company, where the infrastructure component was part of the responsibility of ACO, up to now where construction and operation is under the Tanzania Railway Corporation. I'll go ahead with the presentation, but before I continue with the presentation, for those who doesn't know Tanzania Railway, TRC was formed by the Railway Act 2017, Railway Act number 10, and the major role of TRC was to develop, manage, and operate railway infrastructure. That means the merging of the old Tanzania Railway Limited and Railway Asset Holding Company. So the two companies were merged to form the TRC that exists now. So looking on the theme of today, we understand that the construction of the standard gauge in TRC is the African Union agenda, where Tanzania and other African countries like South Africa, Ethiopia, Morocco, Kenya have embarked in the construction of the standard gauge. So the role of construction of the standard gauge, it was to connect and integrate the African high-speed railway network, where the major role was to enable achievement of the vision to integrate African physically, economically, by connecting major cities, capital cities, commercial centers in the African continent, as well as to support African growth through trade, development, and the structural transformation. These were the major drivers for construction of the standard gauge in Africa, and the biggest drive was the huge demand to the African economic growth, but as well it was the need to increase global supply chain competitiveness, that leading the reallocation of industries from other continent to African continent, but as well the need to increase size of African cities due to the urban population. As we understand, by year 2030, Tanzania is going to be among the mega city with a population of 10 million. So this was one of the strategy to ensure that all cities are connected by high-speed rail. But there was a need which was derived from the new mining development of in Africa with a high volume, and these mining were not exploited due to very high cost of infrastructure. We understand that Tanzania, we are going to Burundi, and Musongat is among the new mining center that is developed to cater for, it has a high demand in the transportation, and that's the reason why this railway line will be heading to places like those mining area. But again, why standard gauge in the African agenda was the existence of large number of landlocked countries in Africa compared to other continents. We all understand that Tanzania borders 15 landlocked countries, and Tanzania, we are serving 6 of them, and 4 of them are served by the Tanzania Railways. So the importance of landlocked countries in the construction of SGR is very crucial to the development of this rail. We, as a country, I mean, the government launched the construction in 2017, and the operation has commenced in this June 2014 to Morogoro. From different institutions. So it has, yes, created a big employment, conservation of the environment by reducing amount of greenhouse gases emitted. The annual carbon emission in Tanzania is more than 13 million tons, and based on the World Bank report, it is expected the freight volume of the SGR approximately than 0.8 million tons of carbon emission will be reduced per annum. So this is a very good, big achievement that the coming of SGR has realized, and is among the projects with the green environment. And we are actually benefiting from financing to construct other parts of the railway lines. But shifting cargo from road to railway, well, we all have seen the advert that we are going to receive the freight wagon by December this year. That means by January, February, we are going to commence transportation of the freight from the Dar es Salaam to Dodoma, and we are expecting a big shift as we have received a big shift of the passenger transportation. So this is going to be a major economic development, the benefits that we are going to realize from the transportation of cargo. Like NIT, Tanzania Railways as well has the institute to capacitate and provide training to the team that we are using during construction and operation, but we understand the role of NITs as well in the process. We understand the government of Tanzania and its 5-year development plan started to construct the SGR to connect Dar es Salaam port with Mwanza, Kigoma, neighboring countries of more than 1,870 kilometers, which are the contracts that we are having right now. And these lines require highly skilled employees during construction and operation, and this diverse system which include civil engineering, electrification, signaling and telecom, IT systems, rolling stock, and logistics. I've forgotten about the logistics. We have a number of employees that they have graduated from NIT who are now participating in the operation of the SGR. But we have as well managed to secure $94 million from South Korea in EDF financing to construct a modern railway institute in Dodoma. And I'm sure NIT in some point participated in the formation of the modernized institutes. And we believe the NIT will together join hands with the established institute in Dodoma to ensure that we have enough skilled employees in working with the railway logistics and transport. But as well, TRC will benefit from the graduates that are going to graduating from different courses here in IT, in the area of maintenance, but as well as the operation of standard gauge railway. Railway is very fundamental in the development of smart cities, which is going to offer sustainable and efficient solution to the urban transportation and integration of railway to smart city. It now call for framework contribution to enhance urban system. The efficiency of railway and its ability to transport large number of passengers and goods is very effectively reduction of congestion on the roads and lowering overall time, as I said, with a high capacity for mass transport. All these benefits are important, but if we manage to link or to connect the railway transport with the concept of the smart cities. So this is going to boost the environmental advantage by using the electric and hybrid train, as I said, which is part of the initiative in the smart cities to ensure we are using high technological advanced equipment in the maintenance, but as well as in the operation side. And this will create sustainable, streamlined transport infrastructure, which is necessary to the priority railway within the Smart City Initiative. Looking at this diagram, I'm just wanted to shows the objective of the smart transport in the growing cities, and looking at of Dar es Salaam as part of the city, which is expected to be as a mega city by 2030, and how the transport agenda has been integrated to ensure smooth transportation, efficiently, resilient, okay, sorry. To have efficient, resilient, and reliable, safe, and green and sustainable transport infrastructure. This needs to have integrated development agenda where other stakeholders have been participating to ensure transportation and traffic strategy are developed with the technological and automation commitment from other members. We are proposing different strategies to ensure there is the agenda of railway in the smart cities are very important in the transportation and logistics. So integrating railway smart cities present different challenges and consideration that demand participation of stakeholders, as I said, but major challenge signifies in the investment required for the development of the modernized railway infrastructure. We have seen Tanzania Railway, we have already committed 10 billion US dollars, which is 23 million Tanzanian shillings. This is a very heavy investment. That means if we need to have integrated transport systems, we need to ensure investment is considered. These others are just the focus that we can concentrate to ensure future efficient, connected, and environmentally conscious cities. And it's very essential to the government to make sure that we have a smooth and shared transformation. We have to advocate for policies to support technological advancement, fostering and shared vision with other modes of transport that are within the cities. This journey towards integrating railway into smart urban framework is very important and is very engagement. We have to engage other stakeholders to make sure that the integrated transport systems connect with other networks that achieve its transportation and logistics along the smart cities. Thank you so much. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Nzeyimana, for your presentation. Can we clap our hands again for the nice presentation? Our next presenter is Dr. Wilfred Kazaura. Kazaura works with the, you can just proceed to the podium, works with the Aridhi University. He is an expert in town planning and urban development. We all know Aridhi University. There are people who are gurus in the earth sciences. So today he will be giving us the concept of smart city. As town planners, they also dwell with the transport. Then he will also highlight the challenges of transport and logistics services in Dar es Salaam city. Kazaura, you have 15 minutes. Please proceed to get your presentation.
Good morning. Dear lecturer and the chairman of the deputy lecturer, academic staff, non-academic staff of NIT, general stakeholders and participants. Good morning. My name is Wilfred Kazaula from Aridhi University. I'm here to present about sustainable transport and logistics services for residents' smart cities. Before my presentation, I'd like to introduce briefly about Aridhi University. As it was introduced, Aridhi University is a public institution specialized mainly for land-related professionals. But currently, Other programs also are incorporated to the university, including engineering, transportation, social sciences, economics, and others. Therefore, we thought that all professionals are very important to address land-related and urban development challenges. I'm talking about sustainable Internet for Things, but also the issue of what you call the artificial intelligence. This is a concept whereby anybody where he is, he can control the movement he wants. For instance, if you want to move from home to NIT, you check the road through internet, where I can park, where there is no traffic jam, where there is no congestion, where there is maintenance, so forth and so forth. It means that you orient yourself to shorten the travel time and to be able to reach the destination on the required time. But for now, we are just moving from home to work. You just play and move. What's going to happen? And what is happening, like, you can stuck for 6 hours on the road, and no problem. You can stuck for 3 hours. You can stuck for 2 hours, because you don't have anything. Therefore, smart city is like a solution, and we can't avoid it now. Why it is important? Smart city is like we adopt mixed use, transit-oriented development, where basic services are located along the highway that promote public transport. That's number one. But the maximum walking distance and cycling is reduced. It means that it can reduce also the vehicle dependencies. And the people can walk and can cycle. But ICT facilitated e-delivery to reduce physical movement, and especially for logistics. And bus scheduling and e-ticketing also, and others, reduce movement, unnecessary movement, but also can reduce waiting time, reduce travel times, and so forth. Real-time monitoring there, where you want to go, but also for the term of goods and services, where should be provided at what time. And for the matter of the security also, and that also will maximize our revenues. Therefore, we have a lot in terms of decision and so forth. But what are the benefits of integrating ICT and transport logistics services? We can reduce physical movement by 1 to 15%. That is according to my research, which I did last 2 months. This is unpublished, but from the experiences, we can reduce movement 5 to 14%. And once we can reduce physical movement by that rate, definitely we shall reduce traffic congestions. We can reduce overcrowdedness and others. But as we continue to this, then people will be coming, but more urban mobility is controlled, because people are not ready to suffer rather than are ready to enjoy. But also governance is easy, social and economic development also, reduce the effect of environment, because the emission will be controlled to some extent, but also protect people's health and well-being. Obviously, what I can say, people with Islam in terms of movement, we are stressed. We are very much stressed. And once someone is shifting from Islam to other region, is not ready to come to back to Islam anymore, because of stress in terms of transportation. People are very much complaining to this. Therefore, The efficiency of physical mobility maximizing fuel consumption, production times, as we know, the structure of transport infrastructure. Sometimes we tend to maneuver and do whatever we can, cause of accidents and others, delays and congestion as usual, which lead us to poverty. It means that we are mostly expending what we have in terms of transport than what we gain. And when it comes to transportation in Dar es Salaam, you don't count. Some to reach your destination, and we don't count. But we have some of the challenges, technological deficiencies, as we know, but if you're expert, low investment in terms of technology and innovations, few interested potential partners in terms of ICT investment, and some who are interested are very expensive, but also we have some policy and regulatory limitations. My conclusion is that sustainable and resilient transport and logistics services should relate on smart cities growth concept. Now, there is no way. And the level of investment on transport infrastructure improvement should tie with innovations and technological investment, especially Internet for Things and artificial intelligence optimization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kazaura, for your presentation. After going through his presentation, everyone is now asking himself or herself, is Dar es Salaam, or we have 5 cities in Tanzania, are they smart? When they're going to be smart? I think that will come during the discussion. So that second paper completes the first sub-theme on sustainable transport and logistics services for resilient smart cities. We are now moving to the second sub-theme on transforming Tanzania's agricultural growth through connected transport and logistics. And our first presenter will be coming from World Food Program. Madam Christina, you can proceed to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Christina Mendes currently is the World Food Program Deputy Country Director, has more than 25 years of national and international experience with the United Nations. She is a Ugandan by nation, and she holds a master's degree in logistics and supply chain management from University of Cranfield in the United Kingdom. He also holds a bachelor degree in statistics from Makerere University. So she will be presenting a paper on transforming Tanzania's agricultural growth through connected transport and logistics, the experience from World Food Program. Madam Christina, you have the podium. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. While the PowerPoint presentation is being put up, I know the topic of transport and logistics is always very exciting, and I can understand why my previous presenters were not able to finish in 15 minutes. But I promise you mine will be less than that, because a lot of what I would have said has been covered. So I will ride on the protocols already established. Good morning, everybody. And first and foremost, I want to really extend a big congratulations to all the graduates, or the prospective graduates. As you say here in Tanzania, hongereni sana. Yeah, thank you, thank you. So, a long time ago when I did my degree in University at Makerere, the course of logistics, there was transport perhaps, but the course of logistics and supply chain was not there. So I really want to applaud the participants for having chosen this path of transport and logistics, and also for the Institute of, National Institute of Transport of Tanzania for really pursuing this sector very, very aggressively, and making sure that in the country you have the expertise of transport and logistics. So I come here as representing World Food Program, but many of you will know that World Food Program typically is a food aid organization, and that's what it came to do here in the 60s when it opened up, was to distribute food. But over time, with the strides that have been made in Tanzania and the development that has happened, our role as World Food Program in Tanzania has evolved from distributing food aid. We only do a small quantity for refugees who are running away from neighboring countries, but really to promoting livelihoods through agriculture to make sure that people are food secure. So some might wonder, why is it World Food Program and not FAO and not another? We always do that because we want to make sure people do not regress back into food insecurity. So that is a little bit about how WFP has now transformed. You all know, as experts, I have lecturers here, professors here, students here who have studied very much what logistics is about. So I won't define that for you. And I know there are agriculture experts as well in the podium, so I will not define what are the enablers of agricultural growth. But for us as the World Food Program, we see it from a perspective of those who could be vulnerable. And these are smallholder farmers in rural communities who are trying to grow crops for their own food security and perhaps to make a living. So we see the key things as being increase in production. High quality is very key because it's not enough to produce, but the quality of what you produce needs to be acceptable to the end buyer. And then, of course, access to markets. If you do not have a market to your produce, then you cannot, then you will not be able to earn a living. But amongst that, again, we are in Dar es Salaam here. We are not seeing. Just yesterday, I came back from some villages in the Dodoma region. There are people who need money. They need maybe just 2 million shillings to get a tractor to plow, or they need to buy an equipment. So financial inclusion is very, very important, that people have access to resources, training, and the training is the know-how of how to do your crops properly, how to manage your finances, how to handle your commodities, and collaboration, which I'm going to talk about. So in my short presentation, I want to point only 2 examples of what we've done as a World Food Program that would speak to the theme of today's 11th convocation, which is how can we connect transport and logistics to agricultural growth for sustainable development. So I've talked about increasing production, reducing losses, and also seeing how we can utilize the infrastructure available. I'm really, really pleased that my presenter talked very much about the TRC that is now evolved to the standard gauge railway, but there's also a growing aspect of cold chain transport, which means a rural farmer in somewhere in rural Tanzania can actually put their vegetables on the fast moving train and get it to Dar es Salaam or Dodoma, or for export while it is still fresh. So I'll start with the first example. I'm just trying to go through my slide. Okay, so this is, I was talking about how we transformed as a World Food Program. So much as we are doing some work in Tanzania, there's a big footprint we have of working with the agriculture sector in Tanzania for our neighboring countries. Yeah, you know about the wars in the Congo, in the Sudan, sometimes in southern Africa, that we capitalize on the production capacities of Tanzania to export. So on an average, the World Food Program is buying food worth $51 million to support countries in the neighboring countries, okay? And that is very much demand-driven, meaning that if there's a disaster somewhere, we in Tanzania are better placed to be able to step in and support. And so we did that for a long time, for many years. But then as we grew and took on more farmers on board, we ran into a lot of problems. And that's a lesson that we learned as the World Food Program, that you engage a lot of farmers, they cannot get you the volumes you want because they don't have the capacity, but they do not understand the quality. And so we got into situations where we were being rejected. The maize we were buying from Tanzania is being rejected because our client countries say, sorry, your maize is not of good quality. So we had to take the courage, swallow the pride, and take a pause and say, let us first build the capacities of these farmers. Teach them how to store, teach them how to handle the commodity so that you bring it to a standard whereby if you put it at the doorstep of another country, they say, yes, this maize from Tanzania is good and therefore we must accept, okay? So learning how to improve quality, learning how to reduce losses. And another example, which is a very recent one, on the 1st of October, if you were following the news, we had a big event with TRC where we were flagging off a train from Kilosa that was collecting fresh vegetables from farmers in that area that have no access to transport, and therefore putting it on a train and bringing it to Dar es Salaam. So that is something that we want to see bringing up to scale. We started with very small seed money, which was injecting 3 or 4 reefers, which TRC now has, but we know that with the capital that the government has, that will grow to scale, and therefore more and more farmers can export their produce. So that is making it easier for farmers to access markets because that's a challenge. When you talk to them, they keep telling you soko, hakuna soko, like that, because they want the market. So that is another achievement that we want to share with you. But I have to express and emphasize that all these that I'm saying are not possible without collaboration. The money that the World Food Program has is nothing compared to the money that the government of Tanzania could mobilize. And so we may come in with seed resources, but we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate, and I'm underscoring some of the key collaborators for us, which are the government institutions, CPB, the NIT, for example, which is the academia, the communities. We cannot underestimate the knowledge that we have at the communities. Again, this week I was out in the villages. The extension workers have immense expertise that they need to be enabled so that they can partner and share their knowledge. The private sector, because without the private sector, you will not be able to buy. So we need the private sector to come in on board to create that constant demand and take the food off the farmers so that they earn an income and live a better life and not go food insecure. Then NGOs, we have a lot of local NGOs, and that's what I would like to really encourage, that if they are local NGOs and you have the capacity to, this is a really high potential area, but make sure it's done right and resources are used right. And of course, there's accountability because we as World Food Program do not own resources. We depend on voluntary contributions. So I wanted to leave 2 questions for the graduates especially, because as I was looking at the 2022 census of Tanzania, it says more than 50% of Tanzania's population is below 35 years old. And that's a huge population dividend. So how can we use that to transform agriculture through integrated transport and logistics? That's one. The second one is artificial intelligence. So the young people still have a mind that can think, and I really want to encourage you to think so much out of the box. Imagine limitless boundaries. I was very impressed by the 2 presenters who came before me. The one of smart cities, talking about trams in Dar es Salaam. I think that's the kind of creativity that I'd like the young people, the graduates, to come up with. So That's really my message. Remember two things. One, collaboration. You can't do it alone. Work with government, work with partners, work with many institutions. Two, be creative. Think outside the box. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Christine, for saving my time. So this was the third presentation, but the first on this second sub-theme, transforming Tanzania's agriculture. Transforming Tanzania's agriculture growth through connected transport and logistics. World Food Program, in order to be very, very efficient, the nucleus is transport and logistics. Thus, they can deliver the needed food stuff to the needy people. So I believe during the discussion, we will really see how different stakeholders, including NIT, will be active to work with WFP. So our fourth and last presentation comes from National Food Reserve Agency. Engineer, you are welcome to the podium. So our fourth presentation from NFRA will be presented by Engineer Zobonariba Iman. He is a registered professional engineer with more than 18 years of experience in planning, design, construction, and supervision of large and medium-scale projects across Tanzania. His professional journey is marked by his leadership in complex projects, planning such as the National Food Reserve Agency Storage Capacity Expansion Project, which notably see the enhancement of storage up to 250 metric tons across several regions in Tanzania. Due to this vast experience of engineer, he will be presenting a paper on transforming Tanzania's agricultural growth through connected transport and logistics. Engineer Sobanariba, you are welcome. I may declare interest. He is my student. Engineer Karim.
Good morning, the Rector and the Board of Council, all the participants. Welcome to the presentation. My name, as have been said, Engineer Imani Zobonaliba from National Food Reserve Agency. As we are waiting for the technology to be connected, let me introduce the National Food Reserve Agency. What is that? The National Food Reserve Agency is the government agency established by the Executive Agency of 2008 with the aim to enhance or to guarantee the these go hand in hand in the growth of agriculture, because transport deals with movement of things from one place to another. You need to move the inputs like fertilizer, seeds to farms. You need to have a good transportation. You need to have good logistics to manage the flow of these goods to the destination areas. We can see some key metrics for the Tanzanian agriculture. Tanzanian agriculture is contributing 28% of the national GDP, and it employs like 60%. This is according to NBS 2022. The transportation and logistic performance score for Tanzania, according to World Bank, is 2.9. And this is the rate between 1 and 5. Now, you can see that the transportation and logistic for Tanzania is almost in the area of developing. Now, when you look for the population, African population dynamics, population grows, I mean, it's expected to be 1.3 billion by 2050. So you can see the need of growing agriculture that can feed this big population to come, just only in 2050. So currently yielding maize like staples, the yield is still low. For maize is 2.5 tons per hectare, rice is 4.2 tons per hectare, cassava is like 12 tons per hectare. And you can see that people who use certified food, seeds, inputs like seeds, only 20% of people are using certified seed, and 30% of the farmers' population are only use fertilizers. The irrigated out of the arable land, the irrigated area currently is 2.3%. That means it's underdeveloped. So you can see that still the post-harvest losses is very high, like 30%, which contribute to like 1.8 billion loss annually. And this is the situation of road network. We have like roads, 8,000 kilometers, and out of that 8,000 kilometers, only 15% are paved roads. And ports, we have 90% of trade, but still some inefficiencies, and we can see it's currently the development of the improvement of these, the efficiency of the port. Also, for the railway, my fellow presenters well covered for the improvement, but still we need to be, it needs to be accessed by the areas where the farming activities has been operating.
Tumejaliwa sana sisi Tanzania, ngao yetu moja tumeshikilia. Heri tujiulize bila
Yes, kulikuwa kuna changamoto kidogo ya umeme, lakini wanaifanyia kazi mafundi, alafu presentation itaendelea.
These staple food, grains for farmers. For instance, this year we had established 110 collection centers across the country where we can reach farmers. And then we have bought like 360 metric tons of maize. And these needs to be transferred from the collection centers back to the main storage facilities, where now you can see how logistic and transportation come in as a big factor for performance of NFRA. And now we have highlighted some opportunities for enhancing agricultural growth. First, if we improve road infrastructure, like an experience from Rwanda. Rwanda spending investment like 60% in annual, Uganda, the studies shows 10% of if you improve road by 10%, you can reach reduction cost for transport by 25%. This has been experienced in Rwanda. They had increased, the investment like 6% annual growth of agriculture to GDP by improving road network. Also, if we can integrate the railway system to this collection of connecting centers or production centers, like 33,000 tons of cargo per trip. Mostly NFRA, we use TRC, we use Tazara to just shift these cargoes. Also, there is an area for cold chain development, especially for these perishable goods. And also, there is a digital logistic platform. Like Ethiopia, they introduced this digital logistic platform. Like 2.5 million farmers were digitized, and the export increased the revenue by 25%. So these are the opportunities for developing agriculture through logistic and transformation. Thank you for your attention.
So members, this brings us to the end of the presentations. If you reflect back for all the 4 presentations, you will see the importance of transport and logistics. The presentation from TRC dwelt on the infrastructure development, but on passenger services, the SER which is being constructed, it has started to offer passenger services, and soon we'll be having the freight services. And the second paper was giving us the concept of smart city, and this is also touching livelihood of people. And there is, if you achieve to have a smart city, the rule of thumb is that everyone from home to a place where you work, you should travel not more than 30 minutes. What is the situation in our 6 cities in Tanzania? Do we spend less than half an hour to reach to the places where we work? And the last 2 papers, we are discussing on transforming agricultural growth. When you look at the whole agriculture sector, transport again is very key, because in order to do agriculture, farmers need to have seeds, needs to have farm input, how they can reach the farmers who are scattered across the whole country. And Tanzania is very big. So then once again, the farmer have received the seeds, farm inputs, we have the agricultural produce. It needs to reach the consumers. Again, the concept of transport and logistics comes in. So the 4 papers were really addressing the main theme of this year, that driving tomorrow, integrated transport and logistics services for sustainable development. So we have the next session will be discussing the 4 presentations, like 40 minutes. I will request, once give a chance to ask a question or to give a comment, first of all, introduce yourself and be brief, direct to the point. And we will be receiving 5 interventions, questions or suggestions. Then we give the opportunity for the presenter to respond. And it will also be good if you can say that your intervention goes to presenter number 1 or 4. So, your manager will have to be okay. So, let's start now the discussion session. I welcome before. Just raise up your hands. You'll be given a mic. Yes, first hand is there. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor MABIBO, moderator of our presentation. My first question goes directly to 4th presenter, Engineer Imani, from the National Food Reserve Agency. Most of the foods which depend on cold chain in Tanzania have the disruptions on the availability after the season's finished. Example, tomatoes. You as agent, do you consider the logistics of storage to ensure the availability to the country and make access to feed other countries? And the second question goes directly to Madam Zaimana from TRC, economics of the TRC, with experience more than 10 years. What are the planning of the TRC on railway infrastructure security, especially to protect them before their destruction. We often get the information of their people out after being distracted the infrastructure, which is very dangerous to the safety of the passengers. Thank you very much.
You need to introduce yourself, please.
My name is Matias Windira. I represent the Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association, and I am a lecturer from Kampala International University. Thank you.
Another question, please. Yes, there's a head there.
Okay, my name is Yusuf Ruben from Department of Education and Mathematics here from NIT. I'm interested in agriculture, so my question will be direct to Presenter 3 and 4. As long as we know that food is for everybody, so if you like it or don't like it, you have to eat. But when we talk about quality, now the current stuff as farmers faces is biosecurity and biosafety. Specifically now in Tanzania, where agricultural and biodiversity play a significant role, especially in economy, and local farmers strive to make sure that they have good economy. So the transport and the logistics sector is critical now for moving goods from one place to another. However, this process now increases the risk of disease spreading from one place to another.
Can you summarize your question? Please, straight to the question.
Okay, thank you, Prophet. So my question is, what is strategy now? What strategy that we can use or we are recommended to strengthen, and as well as that can be adopted to strengthen the transportation and the logistics sector when we are trying to move good from one point to another. And the second one is what examples can we encounter that is successfully, maybe from other regions, that we can cope to make sure that we learn from them. Thank you.
Another question. Okay, Dr. Ryan, please.
My observation is, in order for a smart city to perform well, it has to rely on what we call smart city technology, which is made of interconnected electronic devices and sensors. And the reliability of this technology depends very much on the reliability of power supply, as well as adequate maintenance. In my opinion, and maintenance is still a challenge. We address these issues in order to ensure that the restaurant becomes a smart city. In my opinion, the restaurant is not yet a smart city. To answer a question posed by Professor Mabiro, is the restaurant a smart city? In my opinion, it's not yet a smart city. Because we don't have reliable smart city technology, and we don't have reliable power supply, and we don't have adequate maintenance. How do we address these two challenges? Thank you.
Another question? Okay, even in London.
My name is Ruben Kian. My name is Ruben Kian. Retired man from TRC. My question is the first enter, Madam, I don't know, Madam who. There is a question of SCDR. Your train is operating without tariff. Is it okay? And the victim of being penalized by your TTs, they say that once you enter a train without a ticket, you must be penalized, even if you are extending your safari. Is it okay? Number two, the case MDR, there is an abandonment of what we say signals. How do you take care of these all fixed signals for safety purposes? The question number 3 is to the fourth presenter. What is the difference between NFRA and National Milling Corporation?
The last question from Smante. My name is Robinson Smante. I'm a lecturer from the National Institute of Transport. I can say maybe it's not a question, but just as a question, our opinion, I can say. When you see the theme is driving tomorrow integrated transport and logistics services for sustainable transport. And the presenter, Dr. Kazaura, has presented on the issues of smart city. I know that Tanzania has not reached the technology, adopted the technology to implement the smart city. But currently there are some projects in progress, and particularly the transit-oriented development. This encourages the use of walking and public transport. And currently, when you look at these modes of transport, they are not really integrated. And you can find the construction of projects or construction of roads, you find that there is reconstruction several times. Because after building, it is reconstructed because I think there's something which is not done, or if it is done, it's not done properly. The so-called transport impact assessment. This survey should be done because it helps to determine the impact after the development or construction of the particular network. Because after construction, it attracts people around those areas. As a result, you find that road is congested again, such that it needs now people around the area to need to reconstruction or expansion of the physical expansion of the road, which increases cost of the government investment in the same network. Thank you. This can be considered to be the first round of questions. Can you have a mic to the presenters so that there is this one? They have. So I'm sure you've noted the questions or comments which are directed to a presentation. So it is now your time to respond to the questions from the floor. Maybe we can go serially from presenter number 1 up to the last one.
Yes. Thank you for the questions. The first question from Mr. Matthias, he wanted to know the plan for railway safety to passengers. I guess he's referring to the standard gauge railway. The issue of security in the standard gauge is very crucial, is very important. Apart from having checkpoints at the stations, we are monitoring the system using technologies. We have our control system monitoring the system all the way from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. And all our infrastructure is being monitored by using sensors from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. I know recently you have heard about the stolen fibers, and maybe people are now scared on the issue of the security, but that is very much taken care with the security team. We have security committee who are taking care the security issues, and the team includes the people from railway police. We have people from the security office and security team from TRC. But apart from having the team in place who are doing daily monitoring, we are now considering involving local government in the management and monitoring of the railway systems along the corridor. As you understand, the railway goes more than 2,000 kilometers, and we have system in place, but as well, we understand some of Tanzanians, they are now coming with so many technologies to make sure they store the copper wire, which is critical to TRC. Now, the security committee is now coming with a strategy to make sure that engagement of local government is assisting the corporation in the monitoring, but we are finalizing a number of systems that have been installed in our railways to monitor every movement, and this ensures every customer who is boarding the train, the safety along the journey. So this one is not as a big problem as it is perceived. It has been taken care during planning stage of the construction and now at the operation stage. Mr. Yusuf, Ruben wanted to know the issue of SGR and the operation without tariff. We are having a tariff in place, and they are approved by our regulator, LATRA, who is an authority to make sure that the tariff we are using been verified by the government and approved by the government. So whatever the penalties that is imposed inside the train is the penalties that have been allowed by the government to be implemented when boarding the train. So if there are other minor issues because we are having operators, maybe the operators are not faithful enough to make sure that our customer receive the services that is required. For that issue, maybe Mr. Ruben can contact me to understand more on what was the main reason for him to ask the issue of tariff and the penalties. Abandonment of the signal of the MGR, I guess he was referring to the meter gauge railway line. We are currently looking on the crossing point. You know, the meter gauge, unlike standard gauge, it crosses with other modes like roads. So on those crossing points, it's very important to consider its safety, as we have experienced a number of accidents along the crossing points. We are now installing systems to make sure that all the crossing points have been monitored to ensure safety to the people who are crossing the railway and the people who are using our train services for MGR. This is not a problem to the SGR, as we don't cross SGR with the other mode like roads, because it is grade separate. Either the train pass on top or the roads pass on top. But we are currently having a contractor in place to install in all our crossing, to make sure that our crossing are safe, to allow vehicles to pass crossing the rail, or to allow passengers crossing. I know recently we have experienced a number of accidents, and this is not a good indicator to TRC, as we are trying hard to make sure that we minimize the risk and the accident to 0%. Thank you.
Once again, I thank you for the question, and the comments. It is very true that power supply in our cities is still not stable, and therefore operational of smart city concept or implementation of smart cities concept is still at the infant stage. Sometimes it can't be realized. But that the part of the power supply cannot be the excuse. What I think technology is wide, and once we put the deliberate action, we can make it. When I talk about internet for thing, for object, for communication, and so forth, we're talking about wireless, we're talking about sensors, we're talking about GPS, and sometimes we have recovery batteries. There are a lot which we can also implement to make sure that the internet is working. And once the internet is working, we save a lot. Therefore, as the government is putting effort to improve the power supply, but also we need also to put more effort on implementing some of the installing or implementing some of the internet requirement which does not need power supply only, or does not depend on power supply only, but can also serve the purpose. Therefore, I think the issue is to put action and make sure that we start somewhere and move forward. But also, when we are talking about cities, we are talking about how to minimize physical movement. That's the issue. How we can reduce, how we can minimize physical movement. For instance, now, from the research of 2022, each individual in Dar es Salaam of regular income can make more than 12 to 15 trips per day, physically. Therefore, once the internet is available, and the objective and the location aspect is also connected, we can reduce to 5 to 6 trips per day. Once we reduce to that extent, you may find that we have a good number of population, the city is developing, because we need development, but we have minimum movement in physical contact, and we make our city smart. Thank you for the recommendation regarding to TOD, transit-related development, but also we have a big project. We are at the concept stage, proposal stage regarding to integrated transport system and RATRA. Therefore, the major terminals and the major business centers also, the government has deliberate action to make sure that they are connected, to make sure that we facilitate movement and flow from one point to another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to speak to the point raised by the second person. I think it was the lecturer from the Department of Mathematics, on how we can ensure that there is no movement of pests and diseases through the logistics network. And again, I will speak from the experience of the World Food Programme. One is we need to involve at the production stage, at the planting stage, at the cultivation stage and harvest, the way pests and diseases can be minimized or treated while on the ground before a single, let's say, grain or seed or produce gets gets out of the field into the supply chain system. Again, talking from World Food Programme's experience, we make sure that the food is tested before it leaves the supplier's facilities. And that testing, there are a number of parameters that we use. We know that in Tanzania, there's the Tanzania Bureau of Standards that is well equipped to do a number of tests. However, it's very limited in some ways, that for us as World Food Programme, we have to collect samples of produce and send to locations such as South Africa and Mombasa to get certain parameters tested, because the countries that receive WFP food have very, very high standards. So some of those standards to ensure that the produce meets them is at the, you know, we don't have the capacity to do it here. So I would say if there's any investment that needs to be made, we need to make sure that we equip the relevant institutions so that they are present at the grassroots level to make sure that pests and diseases are contained at the time of planting and cultivation. And I think there's also another question to how is it done from other countries, in other countries. And I'll share one example that I know of a Japanese farm, a private sector farm from Japan that recognized the need for sesame seeds. I know in Tanzania there's sesame, but they picked on a country that I was in before I came here, which is Zimbabwe, and said, since sesame cannot be grown in Japan, it can be grown in Africa, but they have to ensure that the produce that they take from Africa meets the standards that are needed in Japan. And so what they did, before any planting was done, they invested heavily in training farmers to understand how to cultivate organically sesame, and that means no pesticide, no pests, no treatment before any planting was done. And I have to say that the farmers who took on that challenge really experienced high returns because they took on the training. And I think one lesson we can draw from there is that we have to make sure that our farmers understand the seriousness of the diseases, understand the different diseases, so that they can detect it and mitigate them at the time of planting. So thank you very much.
To add up on what she had spoken on the quality control and the movement of pests and diseases from one place to another, experience from NFRA, we conduct a number of tests. We use TBS, we use the Plant Health Authority, we issue phytosanitary certificates, which tells all the controls on how the grains are safe to be moved. So this is how we control the movement of diseases from one place to another, on topping from what she said. And coming to the first question for storage of perishables, currently NFRA is mandated to purchase and store 4 commodities like maize, rice, sorghum, and upon amendment of Finance Act 2024, we have been mandated also to store sugar. So these are the 4 commodities that NFRA is mandated to store. But also initiatives from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have capacitated TAHA on building these cold storage facilities in most airports, and conducting a number of training to farmers on how to store the perishable food. So these are the ongoing initiatives for this perishable area. And the question on the difference between NFRA and NMC. First, NMC has been dissolved. It was a public company, National Mailing Corporation company, whereby it was mandated to mill the grain and distribute the flour or the milled produce. But it has been dissolved, and its mandate has been now transferred to the so-called CPB, Cereal and Other Produce Body, which now is doing the operation more or less related to NMC, but currently has been improved. But for NFRA, is mandated to guarantee national food security by procuring, reserve, and distribute food stuff. And in the times of price hikes, it is mandated to stabilize the prices in the country. Thank you.
So we are running out of time. I can allow, if you have really a burning question, I can allow only 2 questions. 3. Okay. The director is saying that we give opportunity 3 questions. I would like to remind you again, please introduce yourself, and then if affiliation is also important, where are you affiliated, and then go straight to the question. Don't make descriptions. Go straight to the question, because the people around here are all professionals. They are all professionals. So the first question, okay, please, you have the mic.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Kadenge from the Tanzania Bureau of Standards, TBS. Moderator, mine is just advice to the user of transport equipment, for instance, the vehicles, the train, and so on. Yeah, I have here the 2 people there. They have mentioned the Tanzania Bureau of Standards. I wanted to advise on the accurate of measurement. The Tanzania Bureau of Standards, the moderator, own the National Metrology Laboratory in the country, which is the custodian of all measurement in the country. We offer the so-called traceability of measurement. We all know that most of the accidents in transportation are caused by inaccurate measurement. In order to ensure accurate measurement, we need to do calibration of the instrument we use in transportation. We need to do calibration in the devices used in transportation. For instance, taking it from here, let's say NIT, you teach about transportation. You use the vehicle. How sure you are that the instrument or the device used in the vehicles give accurate measurement? The vehicle, they have the tires. The vehicle, they have the nut. So you need to calibrate the pressure gauges used to fill the tires. You need to calibrate the torque wrench used to fix the nut in the tires. When you go to the TRC, now you have electrical train, use electricity. You have the so-called digital multimeter used to measure the current, the voltmeter, and so forth. Are you doing calibration? How sure you are that your train now is moving, let's say 160 kilometers per hour? You need to calibrate to be sure that the equipment used, they have the accurate measurement. So, Mr. The moderator, I request your participant here to use the Tanzania Bureau of Standards, especially in transportation, to have accurate measurement. Use the Tanzania Bureau of Standards to calibrate your equipment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question. A lady?
Yeah,
is there any lady who have raised a hand? A lady? Hamna. Natoa faida kwa wamama. Basi kama hamna, apewe mzee mgonja hapa. Yes.
My name is
Karibu.
My name is Elfadhili Imwia. I am an NIT alumni and a member of Board of Directors of Tanzania Roads Association. Yeah, may I congratulate all presenters, and my concern is focused on presentation on the smart cities. Dr. Kazura has presented a very good paper. However, I expected him to conclude with some recommendations, at least to take us forward that at what stage are we towards a smart city? Because the introduction of BRT was actually one of the steps to make Dar es Salaam a smart city. But then the way it has been taken up is that the infrastructure has been taken as an end by itself and not a means to an end. The operations are not quite so efficient. So I expected Dr. Kazaura to tell us the theory about smart cities, but again to tell us where is Dar es Salaam. Because it is people's concern that the operations are very poor. The infrastructure is used, I think, by 10% of its capacity. Now, what is wrong? Because I understand you don't just have a smart city overnight. There are stages that has to be undergone. So these are my expectations from Dr. Kazaura. If he can take us across, and I think he has been too diplomatic in his paper. He didn't want to point a finger to somebody. I hope probably we have some data officials here. They could take us across. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzee Mgonja. The third and the last. Any lady who have now come up with a decision to ask a question or comment? Hamna.
Nashukuru sana. I think I'm not seen.
Kina mama, mmeniangusha. Kama naweza nikachagua mtu aulize swali.
I'm already having a microphone, sir.
Kuna mkono wa?
Yeah, I'm already having a microphone, sir.
Ngoja, swali la tatu. Nilikuwa nauliza kuna wa jinsia nyingine pia amenyosha mkono. Maana wao ndio watumiaji sana usafiri. Alafu ndio wakulima wengi. Akina mama ameniangusha. Haya. Aliyenyosha mkono swali la tatu.
Okay,
apewe maiki.
Nashukuru sana. Mimi naitwa Gerard Kafuku. Nipo Costec. Kwanza, we thank you for welcoming us here today. Ni manager wa innovation. Nina maswali manne mafupi sana kwa ni mawili kwa TRC in terms of technology, kwamba leo hii tunashuhudia tena tunajengewa reli na wazungu na wageni. Kuna mpango gani wa kufanya tujenge reli sisi wenyewe? Sababu tumejengewa reli na Mjerumani huko nyuma akaondoka. Now we are allowing other foreigners to come and do this construction. Kingine ni uhusiano kati ya TRC na TPA bandari. Tuna shida kwamba ukisema ile ripoti ya CAG kwamba bado meli zinakaa 10 days, tunalipa demurrage fees. Sasa hii reli yetu mpya kama ilivyokuwa ile ya zamani itasaidiaje kuondoa hii changamoto ya kuwa na meli zinakaa mpaka siku 10? What is the integration? Nimeona kuna theme pale tunasema integration, transport and logistics. I would love to hear about that. Nyingine ni kwa mtu wa smart city in Dar es Salaam. Naomba tu anieleweshe kwamba ilikuwaje mwendo kasi wakajenga vituo vya watu katikati ya barabara, halafu wavuke kwenda kushoto na kulia, wana block other traffic, and then we are repeating the same problem kwenye other new njia za mwendokasi. Kwa nini wasingefikiria kujenga njia za chini? Kwa sababu watu wa kupita juu hawataki. Hii kadhaa naona inakwenda tena kwenye other new roads. Sijajua kama mradi huu wa mwendokasi ni sehemu ya smart city au unajitegemea wenyewe. Mwisho kwa mto wa smart city ni ushauri tu kwamba nyie watu wa vyuo vikuu ni wataalamu, natembea ulimwengu mzima. Wenzetu wana electric trams, zinachukua watu wengi zaidi. Sisi tunatumia mabasi. Inawezekanaje kutumia njia za mwendokasi kuwa na trams kama ambazo tunaona ziko Europe na nchi zingine? Asante sana.
Is there any last question? Naona mikono inanyanyuka sasa. Give the mic to the last person to ask the question.
Maybe let me start. My name is Dr. Rufunjo. Currently, I'm the chair person of the Board of Trustees of TALTA. Professor, keenly followed the discussion, but also the theme of the convention papers. Driving tomorrow. Today is tomorrow of yesterday. And here, let me go direct to the infrastructure. In the 70s, there was a deliberate move to upgrade the rural roads. And in fact, there were programs focusing on areas of agriculture. Okay. Maybe today is tomorrow of those years. But also, we have TRC. Now we have the SSGR. But going along the lines which were there yesterday, now there is this issue of evacuating agriculture, etc., etc. These rural roads, which are supposed to bring agriculture to the rail, if the rail is still passing the same places which were those years, that's why I'm asking, is this driving tomorrow means tomorrow when? Thank you, Professor. I think you have understood me. And let me declare my interest. I was there in the 70s in this sector, and I'm still here. That's why I'm asking, tomorrow, we mean which tomorrow? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was the second round of questions or interventions. I can see the questions for presenter number 1, 2, and 3, but number 4 also, there is an issue on rural infrastructure. You can comment a little bit. So we go again serially from presenter number 1 up to the last presenter if you have any comment.
Moderator, thank you. I've taken note the comment from TBS on the issue of calibration, and we take it for takeaway. I know we have been collaborating with the weight and measures for calibrating issues, especially on our MGR. And I think I'll take note on that, especially now on the operation of the standard gauge. Mjumbe from COSTECH wanted to know, tunajenga reli na wazungu, tuna mpango gani wa kujenga wenyewe reli zetu, kwa sababu even the old railway ilijengwa na Mjerumani. Labda tu kwa faida ya ujenzi wa reli ya standard gauge, wakati tunaanza ujenzi wa reli ya standard gauge, kwanza tukumbuke kwamba mzungu tunayemwongelea hapa ni contractor na sio kwamba anatujengea kama tulivyojengewa na Mjerumani. Lakini during implementation katika mikataba, we expected to have 80% ya experts from contractor na 20% from Tanzania. Lakini wakati tunaendelea na construction, this ilitana up na participation ya locals kwenye construction ilienda 80% na wageni ilikuwa 20%. Hii inaonyesha nini, moderator? Inaonyesha kwamba the knowledge transfer to our engineers, technicians ni kubwa kuliko during planning stage ambao tulidhani contractor hatuweza kupata wataalamu wa kufanya wa kushiriki katika construction. So contractors wameadmit kwamba the capacity of young engineers and technicians in Tanzania were high than they expected, na engagement of locals ilikuwa kubwa kuliko tulivyo plan before. Kwa hiyo hii inamaanisha nini? Inamaanisha kwamba we are building a team. Sasa hivi we have all the engineers and technicians that participated in the construction. Tuna database yao. We are not letting them go. We want to have them during implementation, but as well, TRC wants to establish a subsidiary ambayo wale wote ambao wali participate during construction, ambao walishiriki kwa contractor, consultant na TRC yenyewe, wana form a big team of experts kwa ajili ya kuwa strengthen ili tuweze kufanya some of the construction kwa kutumia wataalamu wetu wa ndani. Kwa hiyo we are considering that, taking on board kwamba other countries, neighboring countries like Uganda, Burundi, wameanza ku-engage into construction of a standard gauge, na kama tunavyofahamu Burundi, Tanzania ndio imepewa kusimamia ujenzi wa reli ya standard gauge ya Burundi, na Uganda TRC imeparticipate heavily katika kuwashauri kwenye ujenzi wa standard gauge. Hopefully tutaparticipate pia katika kuwasaidia kwenye management. Not only that, number of countries wamekuwa to consult in the implementation of standard gauge construction. Kwa hiyo internally we have a team ambayo inaweza kushiriki katika level ya ushauri mpaka level ya ujenzi kama timu hizi zitaendelea kuwa strengthened. Ameuliza kuhusu ushirikiano na TPA. As you know kwamba Tanzania Port Authority to be efficient, it need an efficient railway logistics services, and this is because we are making sure that the railway construction, it goes inside the port and interland ports. Kwa hiyo reli yetu haishi huku barabarani, bali inakwenda mpaka ndani ya bandari, ndani ya ICD, ndani ya dry ports, mpaka kwenye zile bandari za Kigoma, Mwanza, Mtwara kwa reli ambayo tutajenga, na bandari ya Tanga. Na lengo kubwa ni kuwa na hiyo multimodal transport facilities kwa kushirikiana na other modes of transport. Mjumbe alikuwa anauliza ni jinsi gani rural roads zimekuwa connected na railway lines. We have been working with TARURA kuhakikisha kwamba our railway facility or infrastructure is connected with the rural roads and with other facilities that facilitate logistic services. Nadhani nimejibu yote facilitator. Kama nimesahau mtanipigia.
Thank you once again. For the recommendation from Joseph Karinga, TBS is cross-cutting and is touching anybody. But very much concerned with the Mzee Mgonja with respect to what are the recommendations regarding to what I presented on smart city and smart mobility. I have recommendations, and I'll focus on basically on three. One, for the smart city and smart mobility operationalization, we need to have a policy review or a policy concern, because most of the policies which is cross-cutting through the acts, the regulations and the guidelines and the manuals and whatever, they are not much addressing, stipulating the issue of ICT to be embedded as a part of infrastructure systems. Therefore, these are the great limitations, especially for the planners, engineers, during design, during funding, request and whatever, because there is no policy background regarding to that. Therefore, once you put that aspect on proposals and design, whatever, you are exceeding the limit of the amount proposed or expected. Therefore, you face some circumstances, and normally they drop these. Number two, I think is a part of awareness. What I can say, Tanzanians, decision makers, even a part of engineers, we still have perception of physical installations. How many kilometers? How wide is? And so forth. But what I can say, and we are focusing on value for money. But when we talk about ICT installations, digitalizations, then sometimes you get some circumstances. I've been working as a technical advisor for the Dar es Salaam Metropolitan Project and the Tanzania Strategic Cities Project financed by World Bank and the Prime Minister's office, President's office for several years. You have been facing some of barriers in terms of project approval, especially when I'm talking about digitalizations, ICT installations, and so forth, to be able to facilitate the smart city concept. Therefore, I think we need that kind of awareness to be part of decisions in everyday life. But number three, I think we need to start. It starts from simple aspect. I've been in Sweden and other European countries for some of the times during PhD studies and whatever. They started in simple way. And as we know, ICT is to upgrade every day, to be updated every day. Therefore, we can't start up there, which need millions and trillions of money. Therefore, we need to start somewhere from simple to massive to be able to take off. Therefore, we are not we can't regret to step down, but we need to start somewhere. Wherever you plan, wherever you design, wherever you propose, make sure that the ICT is integrated as a part and parcel of the proposal. But number four, I think, is a information center and communication platforms. we have been debating the establishment of SDI, Spatial Data Infrastructure Systems, and other systems which has been proposed by the government in the last 5 years development plan, but we didn't achieve it, was not achieved yet. Therefore, I think communication centers are the part and the parcel to boost the operations in transportation system is inevitable now. And we can start by implementing the SDI strategies and move from there to effective operation of a smart city concept as a part and parcel of transportation as transport and logistic service in urban areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe I go straight to the comment from Zemgonja concerning the rural roads, especially for the production area. Currently, if you look at the statistics, during 80s, the total kilometers for rural roads was kind of 50,000 kilometers. But as we are talking, it's about 144,000 kilometers. So at least the rural areas is at least accessed. But there's still the challenge for the feeder roads coming from really actual farms to these connecting roads. So the intervention is underway. There are projects like RISE, projects like TACTI and Atarura. They are focusing on developing this kind of roads. So maybe after these projects, we can experience the smooth movement from farms to these connecting markets. Thank you.
There was a question on Ujenzi Wareri, and the presenter from TRC have explained the efforts taken by TRC, but maybe Director, you can give comfort what NIT is doing on issues of railway construction, railway signaling, and so forth. Maybe we can have also response from Director. I believe soon we're going to have contractors with the technicians and the engineers who are railway professional in all areas. Mr. Director, please.
Thank you, Moderator, Professor. Thank you for a good presentations from all presenters. Maybe let me give an overview what we are doing as a NIT. I do remember we had an internal discussion as training institution, especially National Institute of Transport, what the government and the community is expecting from our institution. When the government was packaging this project of SGR, we were forced to sit down and say, at the end of the day, I remember, Professor, you were in that particular meeting, said at the end of the day, by then President Magufuli, this project I think started when President Magufuli was in the government, and the Professor, during the discussion, he told us, like, when this project is completed and the skilled labor force is not there, we are going to be asked, when the government was packaging this particular project, you, NIT, as the public institution, what were you doing? Now, from that particular question is where now we sat down and put some sort of strategies to develop training programs that will address the need of the railway professionals from the SGR and the meter gauge. Now, as you are aware that when you package a program, you have also to look at how are you going to implement those programs or to conduct those programs. For a training institution to have a qualified graduate, what you need to have is three key items. One, you should have qualified instructors. Two, you should have a relevant curricula. And third, you should have the relevant infrastructure. Now, what we did in that particular aspect, first of all, we did send our instructors to further training, specializing in the railway transport. I do remember we did send a good number in Ethiopia, as you are aware that Ethiopia, they are ahead of us in the railway transport, where we were able to train our instructors or lecturers in a railway discipline, call about railway signaling, railway electrification, railway vehicles, and mechanical-oriented specialization with regard to railway transport. We went concurrently. As this particular group was being trained in Ethiopia and in abroad, we are also developing the curricula. And this curricula is on the railway electrification, telecommunication, railway signaling, and also the railway vehicles and locomotives. Therefore, as I'm speaking now, we do have those programs, and the instructors are already back. And this year, it's good to announce that the first graduates are going to graduate from this particular institution to man the railway transport industry. I think that is enough for an overview of what we think.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rector, for shedding light on that. So we believe that in the near future, before we used to have railway experts within the railway company, but we are going to have a number of them out of TRC so that contractors can employ them, and soon we will see maintenance and other things being done by Tanzanian local companies. But there's one question which was not answered. There was a question that if we look at the infrastructure for the BRT, a passenger have to cross a road in order to get the ticket and board the BRT bus. And also once you get off the BRT bus, you have to cross a road before you could continue with the activity. So the question was that when the BRT was being constructed, was it part of a smart city? But how the safety of passengers is jeopardized so much? Maybe from NIT, who can respond to this question, because it was not maybe anybody from NIT who can respond. The question was, I think you get the question, the BRT infrastructure. Okay, Mzee Mgonja, give him mic to respond to this question.
Yeah, I introduced myself. Alfadhili Ndema Mgonja, a member of the board of Tanzania Roads Association. When we were formally planning for the BRT, consideration was made. How would pedestrians or commuters access the services of BRT? There were two options. One, which was most safe, was to consider underground, just as it is the case with other cities, smart cities abroad. But then there was the question of safety. Safety in terms of sometimes at night, if people go underground, there was no assurance of safety. So it was found that it's better if they cross on land instead of underground. This is the issue. So it was the issue of safety of the users of BRT services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mzee Mgonja. There was a question which was asked on the collaboration between TRC and TPA. The person who was asking this question, I think he had in mind that during the colonial era, TPA and Railways was one organization. It used to be called the East Africa Railways and Harbors. And even when we got into East Africa community, the first community, it still continued to be one organization, one CEO managing the railway and the harbors. But when the East Africa community collapsed in 1977, when we were forming organizations, we came up with the two different organizations. But if you look at the synergy between TPA and TRC, TPA will be efficient if TRC is efficient. So when you sit in the meetings, that's why until now, the DG of TRC is a board member in TRC, in TPA, and vice versa, to bring the synergy that they can harmonize their operations. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a long session, but we can still continue informally to discuss with our presenters when we continue with other activities. So this brings us to the end of the presentations. Can we move around to applause for our presenters for very good presentations and answering the questions. Another applause for us who have been sitting quietly following the presentation, coming up with the questions. Another round of applause for us. And maybe the last one for the moderator. If I could have been very mean, maybe I could have allowed only 2 questions. So thank you very much for participating in these presentations. It have made our 11th NIT convocation to be really reflecting the mandate of the institution and the engagement of NIT with the stakeholders. For the director, later on, we will introduce who are here. Then you will see how NIT is being integrated with the stakeholders. But transport, for a long time, it was not considered as a profession. But now, after, of course, maybe most of the infrastructure and the transport system were built by the colonial people. So we didn't take part so much on the planning of the infrastructure, concept of the infrastructure, and even operations of the transport systems. But now when the government now decided to do heavy investment in railways, heavy investment in aviation and other areas in the maritime industry, that's why it came to the appreciation. If you read even the history of NIT, at the Manpower Division, they were arguing, should you establish an institute of transport? Transport is not a profession. And then one senior government official was sent to London School of Transport. After 2 weeks, he came back with some curriculum and the idea that transport is a profession. And from that time, the government realized that it's true that transport is a profession. Then the institute was established. I believe as we go on, the future for the profession. That's why the logisticians, transport professions are struggling to have. I'm an engineer. The rector is an engineer. We have Institution of Engineers as an association, but we have ERB, Engineers Legislation Board. So engineering profession is regulated. Doctors are regulated. Procurement profession are regulated. Why not transport and logistics professions? So with this kind of gathering, I believe soon we're going to have the board to regulate transport and logistics profession. And from that time, we will see, and it will prove that transport is the vein of the economy. Just like how a human body we have veins where blood circulates on us. Then for economics or economy of a nation, transport is the vein of the economy. Thank you very much. See you again next year for the 12th convocation.
Again, a mighty hand clap for our moderator and our presenters. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, I now welcome the Rector, Engineer Dr. Mgaya, to continue with the next activity. Makofi tena wakati Rector anakuja.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I can see people, they are meditating. Some of them we are meditating. Can we stand up, please? Stretch our bodies. Katika kupanga, kuendesha na kusimamia utoaji huduma wa transport. Tumejaribisha kuongea sana na hatimaye 2 years ago tukawa na wazo sasa la kuunda umbrella association ambayo itakuwa na wanachama wote kuanzia yule mwenye certificate mpaka mwenye PhD, ili mradi amesoma masuala ya transport. Na kwa nini tumeona hilo? Naomba kama utaniruhusu nisome 1 page ambayo actually inaelezea kwa nini sisi tumeamua tuwe na hii association. Bahati mbaya imekata. Lakini globally tunasema 90% ya goods zinazozunguka duniani zinatumia maritime transport. Alafu 70% ya thamani ya mzigo wote unaosafirishwa duniani unaozunguka duniani kwa thamani yake unasafirishwa kwa maritime transport. Lakini maritime transport inatoka Hong Kong inafika Dar es Salaam inaishia hapo. That service has to be complemented by other modes of transport. That is either railway au road au to some small extent air transport. Na tukaona kwamba kwa sasa wakati tunaandaa hiyo andiko letu, tuliona kuna shida ya transport sector kucontribute kwenye GDP as a whole, kwa sababu tukiangalia nchi zingine zote zilizoendelea zote zina huduma mzuri za transport. Kwa hiyo na sisi tukawa tunasema hapana, na sisi huku tuwe na kitu kama hicho. So we went again further looking at existing legislations. Specifically tulienda kwenye ya AQRB, Architects and Quantity Surveyors Registration Board, na tukaenda kwenye ERB, Engineers Registration Board. Tukaangalia wanafanyaje kule, na tukapata msingi wa sisi kutengeneza constitution yetu. Lakini kikubwa kwenye zile constitution, ndio kitu ambacho nataka kukisema hapa kabla ya kusema niwakaribishe mjiunge na TALTA, ni kwamba serikali imeweka purposely umuhimu wa kila mtaalam kuwa mwanachama wa chama husika ili aweze kuwa registered na hiyo registration board husika. Kwa mfano, kwenye kifungu namba 12A Roman 3 ya AQRB kinatamka wazi huwezi kuwa registered na AQRB, board ya AQRB, kama wewe sio mwanachama wa chama fulani chao wanakiita sijui architects nini Tanzania. Lakini ERB nao wameweka kwenye kifungu namba 10A, kwenye kifungu namba 11A Roman 3 umuhimu wa kuwa, na ni lazima, sio umuhimu, lazima uwe mwanachama wa IAT, Institute of Engineers Tanzania, ili uweze kuwa kusajiliwa na chama kinaitwa bodi inayoitwa Engineers Registration Board. Sasa tumesikia hapa kutoka kwa Bwana Magombana kwamba bodi yetu inaanzishwa very soon, na ninaamini kwenye hiyo bodi kutakuwa na kifungu hicho.
Maana yake wataalamu wa transport ambao kuanzia chuo kinaanzishwa nje ya NIT mwaka 75, lakini NIT 78, lakini properly mwaka 1982 kwa sheria ya NIT ya sasa. Tuko wengi sana. Vile vile kuna DMI, sikumbuki ilianzishwa mwaka gani. Vile vile kuna Bandari College, kuna Railway College. Wote hao ni watu ambao wanaweza kuja kuwa wanachama wanaweza kuja kusajiliwa na bodi inayotaka kuanzishwa, lakini hawawezi kwenda kusajiliwa na ile bodi bila kuwa wanachama wa hiki chama ambacho nakizungumzia, yani Tanzania Logistics and Transport Association. Sina uhakika kama serikali itaamua chama hiki au kingine ndio kiwe msingi wa wanachama wale kuwa registered kwenye chama chetu. Sasa madhumuni ya chama chetu ni nini? Madhumuni ya chama chetu ni kuwaleta wataalamu wote hao ambao nimewasema pamoja ili kushare knowledge na uzoefu. Hiyo ndo lengo la kwanza muhimu kabisa. Lengo la pili muhimu ni kufanya tafiti ndogo na kubwa, studies and researches, ambazo zitawezesha wafanya maamuzi kufanya informed decisions. Sio wanaamua tu, hapana, wanakuwa na basis ya kufanya maamuzi kutokana na hizo studies ndogo na studies kubwa. Lakini tatu, tutakuwa na register ya wanachama wetu ambao sasa ilinganisha na ile register ya msajili wa board, kama je, zinaoana au hapana. Hayo ndo malengo makuu matatu. Yako mengine kufanya kwa mfano seminars, workshops na kufanya short term trainings kwa maeneo mbalimbali kutokana na mahitaji ya kwenye sekta ya uchukuzi. Ndio muhimu wa chama chetu cha Tanzania Logistics and Transport Professionals Association. Kwa haya mafupi naomba niishie hapa. Ni marefu lakini nimezungumza kwa kifupi, mkuu wa chuo. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our president, for the TALTA. Now, just to give you update on the guest of honor, he will be joining us after some time, but because of time, he has allowed us to continue with some of the activities. So as when he comes, we can spend a few minutes, then we are done, so as we are not out of the proposed or the initial timetable. Now, what we have decided is to continue with the prize award. This will be done by the governing council chairperson, but before I call upon the governing chairperson to come, I would like to give you an overview. Before I call upon the governing council chair to come to the podium, I would like to give you an overview of the prizes that we are going to give today. The National Institute of Transport had organized a motivation kind of mechanism where through this motivation we make sure that students are motivated, and those who are performing best are recognized through the prizes that are going to be given today, category 1. But again, we have also put in place a mechanism where we recognize the performance of the academic staff who have been active in publication, and therefore whoever has published his or her work or research or innovation in the recognized publication or journal, we have a system where we recognize by giving him or her some sort of a prize. Further, we have also the academic staff who are undergoing further studies, in this particular case, long studies. from bachelor, master's, PhD, and the other license. We do also have a system to recognize their effort, but I should be clear in this particular category, based on the governing council directives, the ones who are recognized are those academic staff and administrative staff who have been able to go for further studies and being able to complete on time. That is the criteria for recognition of the academic staff who have undergone the long study or capacity building through the long study leave. Now, in those particular categories, we do have several sponsors that work with the NIT to recognize the effort of the students and also the lecturers. In this particular aspect, before we continue, I would like to recognize the sponsors who have accepted our invitation this year to join hands with the National Institute of Transport to recognize the best students. Now, I will be calling upon each sponsor, and he or she, wherever he is, you can stand up and you will be given a mic to say 1 or 2 words, then we continue that way. Once I'm done with the mentioning the sponsors, thereafter I'll be able to call upon the governing council chair to come in front, ready to start giving the prizes. Now, the first sponsor, they are not arranged on the amount of prize they are giving, but rather it's just just a list. Don't say that if you are mentioned at last that you are a list. No, but it's just a list. The first one is a Precision Air. I don't know if we have a representative for Precision Air. Yeah, Precision Air normally gives a prize to a final year-based student of bachelor degree and the ordinary diploma in aircraft maintenance engineering, and the value of prize, they normally give the go and the return tickets. Let us have a clap to Precision Air. If you have a word, please, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Stanislaus Maganga, and I'm standing here on behalf of the Precision Air Group Managing Director and the CEO. Together with the award that we have presented today, but also we assure that we are going to give our continuous support to the students of NIT in terms of OJT and internship. Yes. But also we have apprenticeship program, and we also understand that we have potential NIT students that will be trying to join us, and we will also consider them in this apprenticeship training. Thank you.
The next one is the TCAA. Do we have a representative from TCAA? TCAA? We don't have a representative. The TCAA gives to the overall final year student to the bachelor engineering in aircraft maintenance, and the value of the prize is 1 million Tanzanian shillings. The next one is AeroRink Solution Tanzania Limited. This goes to the final year-based student for aircraft maintenance engineering program for the diploma and the bachelor. In each category, the best student is awarded 500,000 Tanzanian shillings. Welcome, if you have a word.
My name is Veronica Joseph. I'm a representative on behalf of the leadership and management of AeroLink Solutions Limited. We are honored and we are grateful to be part of the sponsors for the best student. And also we applaud for the university to be able to recognize the best student. And we are here to recognize them with the token of money. But as we are going forward, since we are in the maintenance field and especially in training in aircraft maintenance, we are looking forward to do more, especially sponsoring students in aircraft maintenance trainings for the international standard trainings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next one is the Director General TPA. Do we have a representative? We don't have, but the prizes goes to overall final year best student in the
Sorry, Doctor, we have a representative from TPA.
Oh, sorry.
Habari za mchana jamani. Kwa majina naitwa Nocha Sebe Samuel, natokea TPA na namwakilisha mkurugenzi mkuu wa mamlaka ya usimamizi wa bandari. Katika event ya leo tunaamini ya kwamba mojawapo ya kozi au baadhi ya kozi ambazo zinatolewa hapa wanakuja kufanya kazi bandarini. Kwa hiyo tunategemea kupata wanafunzi waliokuwa bora ambao wanatokea NIT kwa manufaa ya bandari na nchi kwa ujumla. Kwa hiyo kuna baadhi ya kozi ambazo wale best student tumeamua kuwapa zawadi kama anavyosema mkuu pale. Kwa hiyo tunawatakia kila laheri na hongereni sana wale ambao wataenda kushinda, na kila laheri. Tutaendelea kwa support kadri ambavyo budget inaruhusu.
Provides prizes to the best student in the following program: postgraduate diploma, bachelor degree, ordinary diploma, all of them in shipping and port logistics. For the postgraduate diploma, 600,000 shillings. For the bachelor, 450,000 shillings. And then ordinary diploma, 350,000 shillings. The next one is the Chichi Engineering Company Limited. We do also work with the private sector. Please, wherever you are. Chichi provide the prize to the best student for bachelor degree in aircraft maintenance engineering worth Tanzania shillings 500,000.
Asante sana mkuu wa chuo. Mimi naitwa Idi Chimbiangu, mkurugenzi mtendaji wa Chichi Engineering Company Limited, ambayo tumekuwa tukifanya kazi na chuo cha usafirishaji kwa muda mrefu. Currently ndio nafanya kazi hiyo ya civil lab, iko hapa nyuma yetu, ambayo tunategemea kuikamilisha muda sio mrefu. Kwa hiyo niwatakia kila laheri, shughuli hii iwe ya manufaa ya kutosha. Asanteni sana.
Asante. The next one is MOBIK. MOBIK. Do we have a representative? Yes. This overall final year, the best students for the bachelor degree in automobile engineering, what they are going to provide is a 3 months internship with a monthly pay of 300,000 Tanzanian shillings, given also the transport allowance and a free meal. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Olivera, and I'm coming from the company called MOBIK Truck and Bus. We are dealers for the trucks and bus in Tanzania, and we are happy today to support the talented person on automobile category. We are inviting them to join us for the after sales department, where we'll offer 3 months internship, and we will pay a salary for the 3 months, plus a meal. That means breakfast and lunch every day for the time that he will be with us. And if he will do his best, then he has a chance to be employed. Thank you.
That is very good. We appreciate it. The next one is Telnet. That gives a prize to the final year best student for the bachelor degree in information technology program that worth Tanzanian shillings 200,000. Do we have a representative?
Habari za mchana.
Sorry.
Kwa majina naitwa Violet Inyasi, ninamwakilisha mkurugenzi wa Telnet Dr. Frankie, na tunawapongeza sana staff wa NIT pamoja na wanafunzi, na tutaendelea kushirikiana kadiri siku zitakavyokwenda. Asanteni.
Asante sana. The next one is Scania. The prize goes to the final year best student for bachelor degree in automobile engineering. The prize include industrial attachment for 6 months, free meals, and a transport allowance of 300,000 Tanzania shillings per month. Do we have a representative from Scania? We don't have. The next one is Superdol. The prize goes to the final year best student for bachelor degree in logistics and transport management. The amount of the prize is Tanzania shillings 1 million. Do we have a representative from Superdol? Superdol is not with us. Okay. The next one is LATRA. LATRA, the overall year best student for the bachelor degree in logistics and transport management with a grade point, GPA, equal to 4.6 or above. That means you have to have the first class, but not only the first class. From 4.6 GPA and above. This prize worth of Tanzania shillings 1 million. LATRA, please.
Habari zenu. Asante Rector. Jina langu ni Johansen Katano, mwakilisha mkurugenzi mkuu wa LATRA, CPA MABIBO. Tunashukuru kuwa sehemu ya zoezi hili la kutoa pongezi kwa wanafunzi wetu, na sisi tunafanya hivi kila mwaka. Na leo tutatoa hiyo zawadi ya shilingi milioni 1 tunao check ambao ni dami. Nashukuru mshapata mpaka jina la mshindi. Kwa hiyo ajiandae kupokea zawadi. Asante sana.
Thank you. The next one is the Hekima Associate. Hekima Associate, do you have a representative? The prize goes to final year best student for bachelor degree in accounting and transport finance is Tanzania shillings 100,000. Okay, thank you. Do we have, we still have a number of them, but I have been informed that the guest of honor is just arriving. Allow me to stop here, then we can welcome him. Thereafter, we can continue. MC, please, we can have a documentary. We have an NIT documentary. You can have a documentary displayed while we are waiting for the guest of honor to come in. Thank you.
Chris, please. Chris, tunakuomba pale kwenye tenti la watu wa mitambo kwa ajili ya displaying ya documentary. We have an NIT documentary which has been prepared by NIT alumni. They will display it, and after that we will welcome our guest of honor. DJ Street led while we are preparing for documentary, please.
Wazo la uanzishwaji wa chuo cha taifa.
Okay, yeah.
Mnamo mwaka 1974 mpaka mwaka 1975, wazo la uwepo wa chuo cha taifa cha usafirishaji lilizaliwa. Hii ni mnamo mwaka 1900 mwaka 1974 mpaka mwaka 1975, wazo la uwepo wa chuo cha taifa cha usafirishaji lilizaliwa. Hii ni baada ya uhaba wa wafanyakazi uliojitokeza kutokana na kutaifishwa kwa kampuni ya United Transport Overseas Service UTOS baada ya azimio la Arusha la mwaka 1967. Wafanyakazi wengi wa kizungu waliondoka na kisha Dar es Salaam Motor Company Limited DMT kudorola. Ndipo wazo la uanzishwaji wa chuo cha taifa cha usafirishaji lilipata nguvu kupitia mfuko maalum ulioanzishwa mwaka wa fedha wa 1974 mpaka mwaka 1975 chini ya Shirika la Taifa la Usafiri NTC ili kukabiliana na changamoto ya uhaba wa wafanyakazi katika sekta ya usafirishaji, na ndipo mwaka 1975 NIT ilipoanzishwa.
Wakati nasoma hapa, chuo kwa kweli kilikuwa kiko chini sana. Umuhimu wa chuo hiki ulikuwa bado hautambuliki kitaifa, lakini kimataifa tulikuwa na wanafunzi wanasoma hapa. Katika miaka hii 30 toka nimeondoka mpaka leo hii kumetokea mabadiliko makubwa sana. Sio tu ndani ya chuo, lakini pia nje ya chuo. Ndani ya chuo majengo yameongezeka sana, walimu wamekuwa wengi sana. Sisi wakati ule tulikuwa chini ya wanafunzi 400, lakini sasa hivi tunazungumzia wanafunzi zaidi ya 16,000. Walimu wote tulikuwa tunawafahamu, walikuwa sio wengi, siwezi kukumbuka idadi kamili, lakini hawafiki 50. Tunazungumzia saizi walimu wako zaidi ya 350.
NIT ilianzishwa kama tawi la mafunzo la Shirika la Taifa la Usafiri la wakati huo NTC, na jukumu la kuimarisha uwepo wa rasilimali watu na waendeshaji usafiri na wasimamizi wa ngazi ya kati ya kampuni tanzu NTC. Kampuni tanzu hizi zilikuwa National Bus Service Limited, Kamata, Usafiri Dar es Salaam Limited, Yuda, kampuni za usafirishaji wa mikoa Redcoast na kadhalika.
Chuo wakati najiunga mwaka 91 kwa stashahada ya ADTM, Advanced Diploma in Transport Management, tulipata bahati, tuliingia stream 2. Kwa kawaida ilikuwa ni kila intake ni stream moja, lakini mwaka wetu 91 tulipata bahati kupata stream 2. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa wanafunzi zaidi ya 50, na tulipofika mwaka wa 3 kila mmoja akaingia kwenye upande wake specialization kama nilivyosema. Mimi nikaingia upande wa maritime na railway, na wengine wakaenda kwenye road transport, kwa kozi za watu wa air. Na tulipohitimu tukawa kila mmoja ameenda kwa wajibu wake, na kwa vijana ambao walikuwa ni direct entry kuingia kwenye makazi sehemu kadhaa.
Haikuwa rahisi kuelekea kwenye mafanikio, lakini Shirika la Taifa la Usafiri NTC likiwa chini ya uongozi wa Mr. Tibakuitira lilifanya kila jitihada hadi kumwajiri mkuu wa kwanza wa NIT Mr. Michael Sangana, wasaidizi wake, ambapo alijiunga na NIT akitokea Wizara ya Elimu na Utamaduni ya wakati huo, na hapo ndipo safari ya NIT ikaanza. Mr. Sanga alihudumu kuanzia mwaka 1975 hadi mwaka 1985. Mwaka 1985 Profesa Beati John Chijumba alichukua nafasi ya kuwa mkuu wa chuo wa pili, ambapo alihudumu hadi mwaka 1989 na kumwachia Dr. Jaffe Minja ambaye alihudumu mwaka 1990 hadi mwaka 1998 na kuwa ndiye mkuu wa chuo wa tatu. Mkuu wa chuo wa 4 ni Engineer Saadi Fungafunga, alichukua usukani mwaka 2002 hadi mwaka 2005 akitokea chuo cha DIT ambapo alikuwa akihudumu kama mkuu wa idara. Dr. Ahadi Rashidi alikuwa ndiye mkuu wa chuo wa 5 ambapo alihudumu kwa miaka 2 pekee kuanzia mwaka 2006 hadi mwaka 2008. Kwa kipindi tofauti chuo kiliongozwa na makaimu waliokuwa wakikaimu nafasi ya mkuu wa chuo. Na ndipo Novemba ya mwaka 2011 chuo kilimpata mkuu wa chuo aliyehudumu kwa muda mrefu zaidi, Profesa Zakaria Mganilwa, aliyehudumu kwa miaka 12.
Niliteuliwa tarehe 1 mwezi Novemba mwaka 2011, na nilipofika chuo kilikuwa kwenye hali ambayo haikuwa nzuri sana, kwa sababu walimu walikuwa wachache na kilikuwa na shahada za kwanza 2 tu na diploma 4. Nilipofika 2011-12 tulikuwa na jumla ya wanafunzi 575.
Kwa awamu zote zilizopita wakuu wote walifanya kazi kubwa iliyomithilika na ilitengeneza ramani sahihi ya chuo kuwa ndio kitovu cha uzalishaji wa wataalam katika nyanja ya usafirishaji. Wamekitoa chuo kutoka kuwa na wanafunzi 0 mpaka sasa wanajivunia kuwa na wanafunzi wasiopungua 17,000.
Wakati wa graduation sisi mwaka wetu tulikuwa wanafunzi, kama nakumbuka sawa sawa, tulikuwa 36. Lakini sasa hivi unazungumzia graduation kuwa na wanafunzi 3,000 na
pia amehusika kwa kiasi kikubwa katika kuboresha miundombinu na vifaa vya kujifunzia. Ongezeko kubwa la wafanyakazi na wahudumu pia ni kazi kubwa iliyofanywa na wakuu hao wa vyuo kutoka kuwa wafanyakazi wasaidizi 50 kwa miaka hiyo mpaka sasa wafanyakazi 450 wanaotoa huduma katika chuo hicho, jambo linalostahili pongezi za pekee. Mnamo mwaka 2024, Dr. Prosper Mgaya aliteuliwa na Rais wa JMT kuwa mkuu wa Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji. Kwa tafsiri isiyokuwa rasmi, Mheshimiwa Rais ni kama alimpiga chura teke na kumwongezea mwendo, kwa maana katika mafanikio yote hayo ya ukuaji wa chuo hiki mpaka leo hatuwezi kubeza mchango mkubwa aliyoutoa kwa jasho na damu Dr. Mgaya akiwa makamu mkuu wa chuo upande wa taaluma, na ni dhahiri kwamba alikuwa mchezeshaji mkubwa wa mafanikio hayo akiwa na hudumu katika nafasi hiyo.
Ilianzishwa mwaka 1975 kikiwa kama ni idara tu ndani ya kampuni ya usafirishaji ya taifa, lakini ilipofika mwaka 1982 taifa liliona umuhimu wa kuwa na chuo kinachozalisha wataalamu wa sekta ya uchukuzi na usafirishaji. Ndio kikaanzishwa kwa sheria ya Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji ya mwaka 1982. Na chuo chetu kimepewa jukumu kubwa la kuzalisha rasilimali watu katika sekta ya usafirishaji na uchukuzi katika njia 5 za usafirishaji ambazo ni barabara, reli, njia ya anga, njia ya maji na sasa kuna njia ya mifumo ya mabomba. Sisi kama Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji kiko wazi kwa Mtanzania yeyote ambaye anataka kujifunza au kuwa mtaalamu au kuwa na ujuzi katika sekta ya uchukuzi na usafirishaji. Serikali na makampuni mengine wanaamini kwenye zile kozi zetu fupi mbalimbali ambazo zipo zinatoa wataalamu ambao hata wakikabidhiwa vyombo vyao vya usafirishaji viko kwenye mikono salama. Kwa hiyo Chuo cha Taifa kiko wazi kwa yule mwenye mchepuo wa sayansi na ambaye hayuno kwenye sayansi aje asome diploma. Kwa hiyo nawakaribisha sana Watanzania wote, njoni Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji mpate mafunzo kwa ajili ya kujenga uchumi wa kwako binafsi, kujenga uchumi wa nchi na dunia kwa ujumla.
Na ndio maana tunapata kauli hiyo kuwa chuo kimepigwa teke na kuongezewa mwendo kwa sababu ya ushupavu na uimara wake kwenye utendaji na usimamizi, hasa alipokuwa kwenye nafasi yake ya makamu mkuu wa chuo kipindi hicho. Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji kilianza na kozi 5 ambazo ni Advanced Diploma in Transport Management, Full Technician Certificate in Automobile Engineering, Certificate in Transport Management Program, kozi za madereva pamoja na kozi ya utafiti, ushauri na machapisho. Na hivi sasa chuo kina zaidi ya kozi 28 katika ngazi zote, yani ya stashahada, stashahada na shahada. Na chuo pia kimeendelea kuzalisha wataalamu mbalimbali ambao wapo kwenye miradi mikubwa ya kimkakati na taasisi mbalimbali za serikali na kuonyesha ujuzi wao katika kuchangia maendeleo ya taifa.
NIT nimemaliza mwaka 2020 na nimehitimu bachelor degree in aircraft maintenance engineering. Hatimaye mwaka 2021 niliajiriwa na kampuni ya HCL, kampuni ya ndege ya Tanzania. Kwa sasa nafanya kazi hapa kama aircraft technician.
Kupitia hilo chuo kimekuwa kikijizolea sifa na heshima kubwa pindi zao lake linapofanya vizuri katika masoko ya kitaifa na kimataifa. Ili kufikia huko, chuo kimekuwa kikijipambanua zaidi kulingana na upekee wa ujuzi unaopatikana hapa, kama vile kwa sasa kuna kozi ya uhandisi wa ndege ambapo unatolewa na chuo hicho tu, uongozi wa ndege ambao serikali imefanikiwa kununua ndege 4 za mafunzo, kituo cha kisasa cha ukaguzi wa magari, mafunzo ya ngazi ya juu ya udereva na ujenzi wa meli. Chuo kinaendeleza miradi mbalimbali ya kimkakati ili kuleta ustawi wa chuo kwenye maeneo ya miundombinu, kusomesha walimu na kuajiri wataalamu zaidi. Dr. Mgaya kuyabeba maono haya. Mungu ibariki NIT kwa ujumla. Mnamo mwaka 1974 mpaka mwaka 1975 wazo la uwepo wa chuo cha taifa cha usafirishaji lilizaliwa. Hii ni baada ya uhaba wa wafanyakazi uliojitokeza kutokana na kutaifishwa kwa kampuni ya United Transport Overseas Service UTOS baada ya azimio la Arusha la mwaka
Students who are
1900.
concerning with the exhibition, please. Those who are having project and wako kule kwenye exhibition, wala wanafunzi tunawaomba kule please, na watu wa live streaming pia tunawaomba kule. Mgeni rasmi atakapofika tutakuwa tunafanya live streaming wakati anapita kwenye exhibitions. Asante sana DJ Sweetled, wakati tunaendelea kumsubiri mgeni rasmi. Hiyo ilikuwa ni documentary iliyoandaliwa na wale waliomaliza NIT. Asanteni sana na tunawapongeza sana kwa kazi nzuri. DJ Sweetled, please.
Aboni boni banganga babelela nokie Butu yeindi mokolo ya bandoki bangala kanza Tomo etani bakolo nzoto babemi makambo Ngaleli mama, ngaleli papa Ngaleli mama, ngaleli papa Papa lolo Baba kiyo wapi Papa lolo Baba kiyo wapi Na mokili bani makamoto teo Osangela kali akatuka Mokili leka balanda yowe Yebale zanga mikuwa Maboti okoti na lingomba Bandoki bakitiseli yo miso Papa lolo Baba kiyo wapi Papa lolo Baba kiyo wapi
katika modi 5 za usafirishaji. Sasa kabla ya kuwezeshwa tulikuwa hatuwezi kutoa katika hizo modi zote, hasa katika fani ya uhandisi. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tuna uwezo wa kutoa katika fani ya uhandisi, katika mafunzo ya reli, mafunzo ya usafiri wa
Buta, NIT Alumni Secretary, NIT Governing Council members, moderators and presenters, heads of institutions, distinguished guests, sponsors, invited guests, NIT management, dean and directors, NIT staff members, best students, members of the place, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Again, we are very privileged to have you here in our 11th convocation. And without wasting much time, I take this opportunity to welcome Rector, National Institute of Transport, Dr. Engineer Prosper Mgaya, for an introductory remarks and continuing with other activities. Dr. Mgaya, please, can we put our hands together while Dr. Mgaya is coming on the podium?
Honorable guest of honor, Professor Goodyears Walter Kahiarara, Permanent Secretary of our Ministry, Ministry of Transport, the NIT Governing Council Chairperson, Professor Mbamba, honorable members of Governing Council, deputy rectors, respected government officials who are with us today, our valued alumni sponsors, I recognize your presence. Dedicated members of the NIT management, I also recognize your presence. All staff of NIT, I also recognize your presence. The chairperson of Alumni Association, my brother Meshach, the secretary of NIT Alumni Association, invited guests, outstanding students of academic year 2023-2024, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again greet you in the name of United Republic of Tanzania. Na wasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable guest of honor, before I give my an overview remark of our event today, allow me to introduce some guests who are with us today. First of all, we do have the rector from IPA Zanzibar. If you are around, please. The next one is the deputy rector, Arusha Technical College. Thank you. Then we have the representative from TEA. Representative from TEA. Then we have representative from TBS. Thank you very much. We have the director of Chichi Engineering. We have with us a representative from Aerolink Solution Limited, who are our partners in aviation training. Also, we had the Director General from VETA. I know he had another commitment. We have the ES Executive Secretary, SILT Tanzania. Thank you. We have the Director, Assistant Director, LATRA. Thank you very much, Mr. Katano. Then we have representative from TASAC. Thank you, appreciated. Representative from TPA. Thank you, brother. A representative from Kenya Institute of Highway and Building Technology. Yeah, she's there. We have the MOU and we have the staff students exchange. As we are speaking now, we are hosting the students from this institute. Then we have the representative from Dar es Salaam Policy Academy. Dar es Salaam Policy Academy, thank you very much. Then we have assistant director from our ministry who is responsible for railway transport. Thank you. We have the assistant director from our ministry who is responsible for the road transport. Thank you. We have the representative from Develeopment Group. Develeopment Group. Thank you very much. We have the director of innovation from COSTEC. COSTEC, I think he has left. We do also have the former rectors of the National Institute of Transport, Professor Zakaria Muganirwa, please. Then we have Mr. Lufunjo, former Principal School of Aviation, but we have Mr. Mgonja, who was also acting rector before Professor Muganirwa. We recognize your presence. Also, we have the former instructors and teachers of National Institute of Transport, Sawaka, Mama Chingalame. I can see those, but I do know that we do have others. Wherever you are, you can stand. Honorable guest of honor, we do have also our best students today. Wherever you are, all of you stand up. Best student, graduates of 2023, 2024. Thank you. We do have also leaders from Sonity, Okay, when I introduced the NIT management and the staff, I didn't ask them to stand, but please, wherever you are, management of NIT staff, wherever you are, can you stand please and wave a hand? Management, thank you very much. Staff, all staff of National Institute of Transport, wherever you are, can you please stand up and wave your hand like this? The ones sitting on my far right, guest of honor, these are members of the governing council, and the others sitting on my far right, those were the presenters of our papers today. And also we have the country director from World Food Program. She has left. Yeah, she has left, but Meshach, you are with us today. We appreciate. Now, having said that, guest of honor, allow me to give a very brief kind of remark. Honorable guest of honor, first and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to you accepting our invitation to come to grace this convocational ceremony. I understand it's your first time to NIT, and I'm sure that you are going to get an experience of your institution under your ministry. We understand that your commitment to advancing skills development in transport sector continue to inspire us as a training institution. In fact, your presence here today underscores the significance of your commitment to this institution. Second, on behalf of the National Institute of Transport and the entire community, I would like to express our profound gratitude to the government of the United Republic of Tanzania under the leadership of Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Through the continued government support, NIT we have been able to be strengthened in its capacity to deliver quality training, conduct research, provide consultant services, and be engaged in innovation I am sure you have witnessed some of the innovations that our students have made. And this is not from our own ability, but we acknowledge the government support in that particular aspect. The government investment in our infrastructure, academic program, and the research initiatives has positioned NIT as a center of excellence in transport training. Just to mention, we appreciate that the government has supported us, even we are able to be among the institutions under the project of INSTRIP. Through this project, we have been able to build our capacity in terms of infrastructure, training equipment, and the building capacity to our staff. Maybe I should mention this. We do understand as the National Institute of Transport, being the only or among the few transport institutions in Tanzania, that without the support of this project, we could not be able to send our instructors abroad for further studies. As you are aware, that training like aviation training and the like, you will never find further training in the country. Therefore, sending these instructors abroad is not cheap, is expensive, that we could not do without the support of the government. During this time and through this project, we have been able to send pilot instructors to South Africa. One pilot trained in South Africa, we had to pay it's around 300 million Tanzanian shillings, which with the capacity of the NIT through our internal sources, we could not really do that. But with the support from the government, we really appreciate in that particular aspect. Honorable guest of honor, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to our convocation sponsors whose generous support has made it possible to recognize and reward our best performing students. Your investment in the future of these brilliant minds demonstrate your dedication to nurturing excellence in transport sector. Just guest of honor, allow me to just mention our sponsors. You just, wherever you are, just stand and wave a hand. Precision Air, wherever you are, if you have a representative, thank you very much. We have the TCAA, if you are around there. No representative. We have Aurolink Solution Tanzania Limited. These are giving best student 500,000, and you have TPA representative. Thank you very much. We have Chich Engineering. This is the private sector. We normally work with the private sector. Thank you. MOBIK, wherever you are, we recognize your presence. Telnet, thank you, appreciated. Scania, thank you. Supadol, representative, if you are there. Latra, thank you. Hekima Associate, Nasda Erico, Nas, Talta, thank you. CRJ, this is a contractor, if a representative you are there. Dar es Salaam Merchant Group, thank you very much. Car and the General Trading Limited, TASAC, thank you very much. Honorable guest of honor, and then we have Simba Supply Chain Solutions. Thank you. You have been always support to our students. We appreciate your commitment. Honorable guest of honor, with these sponsorship or sponsors, we also have sponsors from internal. As such, our staff, they normally recognize the best student from the selected programs or selected subject or modules. We do also have sponsors from the staff. I think when we are going to give these prizes to students, they are going to be mentioned. Having said that, guest of honor, in this convocation, we have several objectives of this particular gathering, where every year we conduct this particular ceremony before the graduation ceremony, with the understanding that having this particular congregation, it recognizes this and celebrates the outstanding academic achievement of our students as one objective. The other one, through this particular meeting, it strengthens the bonds between our current student and our distinguished alumni who are invited today, and also we recognize that we have also the Association of Transport Professionals. Also, it provides a platform for sharing cutting-edge research in transport and logistics. I would like to inform you that today we had a presentation reflecting the main theme, but rather we had two sub-themes through which we had a total of 4 papers that we are presented before you came. And through this presentation, transport professionals were able to share their professionalism and they contribute to the transport sector. In this particular presentation, we are led by a main theme on driving tomorrow, integrated transport and logistics services for sustainable development, which was also distributed or divided into sub-themes. One was on sustainable transport and logistics services for resilient smart cities, where we had 2 papers. And the second one was on the catalyzed transport integration, catalyzing Tanzania agricultural prosperity, where also we had 2 papers. Honorable guests of honor, these presentations represented the culmination of rigorous research and practical insight from our academic community aimed at contributing meaningful solutions to Tanzania transport and logistics challenges. Now let us join together in making this 11th convocation ceremony memorable through the presentation that we are already made, and I'm sure that we are going to prepare the minutes for the presentation and the key takeaways. Honorable guests of honor, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to convocation sponsors whose generous support has made this event possible to recognize and reward our best performing students. Your investment in future and these bright minds demonstrate your dedication and nurturing in the excellence in the transport sector. Having said these few remarks, with your permission, honorable guests of honor, once again may I take this opportunity to thank you for accepting our invitation as a guest of honor, the sponsors of the awards donated to the best students, keynote speakers, the moderator, and the presenters of the presentation which we are made today, which was presented today. It is now my pleasure to invite the chairperson of the Governing Council of the National Institute of Transport, Professor Obadia Ulingeta Mbamba, to say a few words and I welcome you to speak to this gathering. Professor Mbamba, please.
Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Transport, Professor Kayarala, Governing Board members, Rector, Dr. Mgaya. I acknowledge the presence of Deputy Rectors, NIT management and staff. I know we have several government officials, managers of private sectors, presenters and moderators, leaders, NIT Association, expected graduates. I know we have members of press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Nawasalimu kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. As we are aware, today is a convocation. Essentially, convocation, we meet to congratulate those who are about to graduate, but also to deliberate on some key pressing issues in our society. We have done that, and we will congratulate those later. In order to recognize what others have done, we know it's a combination of so many people who do a number of activities until they reach where they reach. Therefore, we really appreciate whoever was behind them, whether he's in front or behind. Here I mentioned all the people. I appreciate the government services. I appreciate lecturers, management, various boards which approved the process until we are here. I will just give one remark to graduates. We have alumni association as a way of meeting, collaborating. Kindly let us use in order to remain relevant into our field. Technology is changing and we must change. Okay, fortunately, I'm here not to give a speech, but to invite Permanent Secretary, Professor Kayarara, to come and talk to you, and secondly, to give prizes to various people whom Rector has already mentioned. Welcome.
Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Professor Ulingeta Mbemba, Chairperson NIT, Engineer Prosper Mgaya, Rector, representatives from the Ministry of Transport, members of NIT Governing Council, government officials, presenters. I can see there are two of them. I'll speak something about them because I was moved by the presentations which I had, though I didn't participate, but I have seen them. All NIT staff, alumni, community of NIT, sponsors who have been mentioned, thank you very much. Invited guests, students, especially the best students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to thank you all for thinking about me, being the guest of honor in this 11th convocation day. It's really your day because I'm not alumni of this institute, but now it is within my ministry. So it was an important occasion and opportunity for me to be here. For one reason, since I was appointed, it's almost 1 year as a permanent secretary in the Ministry of Transport, I had no time to come here. I would really like to be here. He knows the rector for a long time. We've been arranging and something comes in. Even today, it was almost missed day. So we thank God that it has been possible, but that tells you how speedy the government has been. I was telling some people yesterday that I've been in the government for a long time, but I've never seen such an extraordinary speed of the government in terms of commitments that we are saving. So sometimes, please understand us. It's because of the busy schedule, because of a lot of things happening, but a lot of good things, especially for this ministry and the sector. I can tell you, this is one of the sectors that are growing, we can say, supersonic speed. within the sub-Saharan Africa, which I have never seen. With the statistics which I normally review almost every day. I can give just one example, though it's not for the NIT, but for the port of Dar es Salaam, which few years ago, we are talking of 15 million tons a year. But this year we are going to 30 million tons cargo handled by the port. That means a lot for everybody within the sector, including NIT. It means there will be a lot of demand in terms of the skills, a lot of commitments, and a lot of efforts needed to handle that. But all these are credits that should go to our President, Her Excellency, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, for the commitment and the visionary direction that we see within the government. Kwa hiyo, I'll mix language katika hilo. Tunawashukuru sana kwa kufikiria kuialika wizara kutoa mgeni wa heshima katika Convocation Day. I hope sijavunja sheria kuzungumza Kiswahili. I'll use both languages. I enjoy Swahili and English. Kwa hiyo ili kueleza kwa kina, nilikuwa nazungumzia masuala ambayo tunaona katika nchi yetu, lakini hasa kwa sekta ya usafirishaji, kwa makubwa yanayotokea ndani ya muda mfupi sana. Mengine tunasema kila yatakapokuwa yanatokea, lakini hili tunalisema. Lakini kubwa kuliko yote, the main challenge ilikuwa ni foleni bandarini, ingawa siku bandarini, lakini leo foleni tunaweza kusema imekwisha. Kwa hiyo kwetu sisi we relax. Kwa hiyo this is one of the issues I wanted to add, why we seem to be too busy. We are too busy because we are pushing a lot of things within shortest period of time, and we see a lot of big impact within the shortest period of time. Now for this convocation, there are a lot of issues which I have witnessed from the speeches which I have heard, but also we had time to go through the innovations, what the students are doing. I congratulate the institute, and I encourage, sincerely, I encourage you to support students in all ways to ensure that we have these innovations moving a step further. What we see in other countries, I was in China recently, you can see how the training institutions are linked to the enterprises. They have a say that move the universities from laboratories to enterprises. You can see it, and it starts from students, you call them instructors or lecturers, then to the industries. Because that's how you can blend science plus innovations. You need to have the academic component connected to the practical, which we have witnessed here. I said something about the presentations, which I was not there, but I was very much impressed by this integration of the transport sector. This is an area where we are now pushing a lot in government, the multimodal transport system, to ensure that all transport systems in Tanzania are fully integrated. They are connected. I can see TRC, she's there, the Director of Planning. TRC, they are doing a lot now to connect the SGR into the port of Dar es Salaam. Finally, the port of Kigoma. That means a lot in the economy. And the port of Mwanza. So the concept of integration is now real. It is within the implementation of the government policies. So we are glad to see experts who can talk about it. Even Dar es Salaam airport, there was, I think, about 2 weeks ago, a lot of interest. People ask, hivi SGR inaingiaje uwanja wa ndege? Nadhani TRC karibu wanamaliza, si ndio? Wameshafanya a lot of designing na nini. Nadhani itakuwa ndio airport ya kwanza mimi najua Afrika ambayo ndani kuna SGR. Na that means a lot, sio abiria tu. I was talking with a colleague from WFP. They have this cold chain program, which is very innovative, where you can move mboga, mchicha from DRC to the Dar es Salaam airport. Hizo facilities zitakuwepo, then you can see how the economic transformation will be possible using your transport sector. The other part I wanted to emphasize for you as an institute is the issue of skills development. In this sector, as I say, the growth rate is very high. The shortage is too high in some areas. I hope you know them. Tukitangaza marubani sasa hivi hapa, hata mmoja hatuwezi kumpata, si ndio? Mwenye qualification. Lazima tuende nje ya nchi. Kwa hiyo I was impressed to see now you are moving a lot within the aviation sector skills. Same kwa mafundi wa ndege. It's very difficult to get the qualified technical employees within the aviation sector. The same inakwenda kwenye maeneo mengine. Kwa hiyo rector na wenzako tunawapongezeni, lakini tungependa eneo hili kwa kweli tukapitalize sana. I also congratulate, I have seen the efforts on the ongoing projects by the World Bank. We wait to see a lot, and we look forward to see the impact of this project. It has come at the right time when we really need standard training within the sector. The other thing I wanted to mention is about the Transport Professional Regulatory Board Act, which I'm sure is on the pipeline. It's going on. When ready, we will see. But just to mention, I know these are the initiatives which are going on. We acknowledge the support from the NIT in this area. Of course, you are talking about the Tanzania Logistic and Transport Association. That's another important concept when you talk of integration, the multimodal. Immediately, you move from transport to other sectors. But if you have people who can guide us carefully on how we do that, on how we integrate, on how we take advantage of the improved transport system to create trade, to promote growth. We had colleagues from Dubai, they were telling us, kwa Dubai, bandari ya Jebel Ali, pamoja na ile Dubai airports na Emirates, kuna 60% ya GDP ya nchi. Yani that's more than mafuta, hiyo petrol na kitu. Kwa hiyo I think Tanzania we have that advantage. We can see a lot which is going on, how the country is linked to the railway, to the airports, to the ports. We have seaports, we have lake ports. And in all these areas, we see a lot of government efforts in developing that. So when we have professional boards, when we have professionals within this area, we can make it possible. Kwa mimi sikuwa na mengi sana. Nilitaka kuyasema, nimeyasema. Nilikuwa nachagua lakini nimeyasema yote nilitaka kuyasema. Nichukue nafasi hii tena kuwashukuru kwa kunialika katika convocation hii ya transport. Na mimi ni member ingawa sikusoma hapa. Rector anasema sikuwahi kufika. Kweli sikuwahi kufika, lakini sisi wengine nimemwona Evans. Mlelo yuko pale. Sisi wengine tumekulia Dar es Salaam tangu chekechea. Kwa labda niliingia huko nikiwa mtoto, labda nikifanya vitu fulani, lakini katika this position, yes, this is my first time, but I know this institution, it has been there for a long time. Chuo cha usafirishaji, kila mtu aliyekulia Dar es Salaam anakifahamu. Kama alivyokuwa pale Urafiki, usafirishaji, Ufi, hii mitaa kidogo wengine ni wenyeji. Kwa hiyo machache, thank you very much. I am ready for the next program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guest of honor. Engineer Dr. Mgaya, please, to continue with the timetable.
Honorable guest of honor, now it's my pleasure to welcome you to give the prizes to the best students, followed by the NIT staff members who have published. Also, they have completed their studies. Now, with that, we start with the students. I would like to invite the Deputy Rector, Academics, Research and Consultants, Dr. Eva, who is going to lead us in that particular session of awarding the students. Thereafter, Dr. Zainab, who is the Deputy Planning, Finance and Administration, will take over the session of awarding the NIT staff. Dr. Eva, please. Now, I was told that during awarding, we request you, the high table, to go down the stairs.
Honorable Guest of Honor, Chairperson, NIT Government Council, NIT Rector NIT, Deputy Rector Planning, Finance and Accounts, NIT Alumni Chair and the Secretary, Governing Council members, moderators and presenters, Head of Institution, NIT sponsors, NIT management, NIT staff, Member of Press, ladies and gentlemen, Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Honorable Guest of Honor, allow me now to announce the names of first best student of each program for academic year 2023-2024 in a following order. Number 1, we have overall best student for graduate, postgraduate programs. And best student for master's program, degree of mechanical engineering with transport machinery, we have Hamad Saidi Luwembe. Hamad Saidi Luwembe.
Yes.
Yes, he's getting prize from NIT. And he also getting prize from Rector. Please, can you come up front? Yes.
Hamadi Saidi Luembe, please.
Makofi tafadhali kwake. Because of time, can we go quickly, please? And second, we have overall best student for bachelor's program. We have a bachelor degree in business administration, Dorcas Jafeti Mayama. Please come forward.
Dorcas, please, quickly.
And you getting prize from NIT, and you also from Rector, and you also from Dr. Nyaki.
Yes.
Dean Faculty Dr. Nyaki. Thank you so much. We have overall best student for ordinary diploma program. In diploma record achievement and the information management, we have Jafeti Sese Ntambi getting prize from NIT, and also getting prize from Rector. Please come up front. Round of applause, please. And also we have a female best student. The female best student coming from the bachelor degree in business administration. And again is Dorcas Japhet Mayamba.
Makofi.
Overall best female student is getting prize from NIT, also getting prize from Deputy Rector Academic, Deputy Rector Planning, Finance and Accounts is also getting a prize from Dr. Francis Muya. We have Faculty of Logistics and Business Studies, Department of Management Science. Number 1, Dorcas Japhet Manyama.
Dorcas
Again, getting prize from NAT. Makofi kwake tafadhali. We have Tuwa Juma Ramadhani from bachelor degree with a GPA of 4.5. Dorcas is having GPA of 4.8. 4.8, the best student and also best student female. Tuwa Juma Ramadhani, 4.5, getting prize from NAT. Elias Kipenya,
Elysium Kipenya.
GPA of 4.5, getting prize from NAT. Come forward, please. Kibera Sengi Peter, just be prepared, with a GPA of 4.7, getting prize from NAT and 1 million from Simba Logistics.
Simba Logistics, please. Can you come forward? A representative from Simba Logistics. Sponsors who have sponsored Kibera Segipita, Bachelor Degree in Procurement and Logistics Management. Simba Logistics, please.
Safinaeli, just be prepared.
Kibera.
Safinaeli Tarimo, just get prepared. That is Kibera Sengi Peter with a GPA of 4.7.
Kibera, where are you? Kibera again? Okay. The one who receiving 1 million from Simba Logistics is Kibera? Oh,
yes.
Kibera, where are you? We have your dummy check here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kibera. Thank you so much, Simba Logistics. Safinaeli Tamo, Ordinary Diploma Program, Safinaeli Tamo, with a GPA of 4.2, getting prize from NAT. Gloria Mauros Muihasi, come forward, please.
Gloria.
GPA of 4.2, getting prize from NAT.
Wahitimu tunapotajwa tunakuja kwa haraka kidogo, tuko nyuma ya muda. Continue, Deputy Rector.
Kilneus, please be prepared, come front.
Kilneus Faustin.
4.6.
Kaboko.
Getting prize from NAT.
Kilneus.
Frank Joseph Mhema. Frank Joseph Mhema, get prepared.
Kilneus. Okay.
Jeremiah Lekeli
Salisi. Yeah.
Salisi, Jeremiah. They're getting prize from NAT. Emmanuel G. Wamba. Emmanuel G. Wamba with a GPA of 4.5, getting prize from NAT. Now we are moving Department of Economics, Accounting and Finance, Bachelor Degree Program. We have Alkadi Abbas George, coming from Bachelor Degree in Accounting and Transport Finance, with a GPA of 4.7, getting prize from NAT. Also CPA William Haji. We have Hekima Association, and we have also 1 million from Simba Supply Chain Solutions.
Sponsors, please. Sponsors. CPA Haji, Hekima, please. Sponsors, please. CPA Haji, Hekima, and others who have been mentioned, please.
And Adamu Mutagwaba, come front, please.
Adam.
Diploma, ordinary diploma in accounting and transport finance, getting prize from NIT. We are going to Department of Logistics and Transport Studies, Mohammed Majid.
Mohammed Majid, please.
Master of Science in Logistics and Transport Management with a GPA of 4.8. Getting prize from NIT.
Tumsindikize kwa makofi jamani.
And
Yes.
also prize from Talta, free registration, t-shirt and caps.
Talta, please, a representative from Talta.
And we are moving to bachelor degree program. Number 1 is Ima Richard Nguma. Ima Richard Nguma, bachelor degree in logistics and transport management.
A prize from Talta, okay. Ima. Deputy Director again, Ima.
Ima Richard Nguma.
Ima Richard Nguma. He's not here.
Second is Tumaini Richard Sonyo.
Tumaini. Makofi kwake wakati anakuja tafadhali.
With a GPA of 4.7. Getting prize from Talta again. Free registration, t-shirt and caps.
Okay.
NIT management. And also 1 million from Simba Supply Chain Solution.
Thank you very much, Simba.
Thank
Logistics.
you so much.
Yeah.
Makofi tafadhali kwake Tumaini, lakini pia kwa sponsors wote.
Tumaini, pokea t-shirt kutoka Talta pia.
We have ordinary diploma program. Number 1, William Lucas Mtaki with a GPA of 4.5. Getting prize from Talta, free registration, t-shirt and caps, and also NAT. And second is Ibrahim Joseph Mbonyi.
Ibrahim Mbonyi. Okay.
With a GPA of 4.5, getting prize from Talta, NAT, and 500,000 from Simba Supply Chain Solution.
Okay.
Thank
Simba
you once
Supply
again,
Chain
Simba.
Solution again.
And Talta. Next, Faculty of Transport Engineering Technology, Department of Automotive and Mechanical Engineering. Number 1 is Hamad Saidi Luwembe, Master's degree in Mechanical Engineering with the Transportation Machinery, getting prize. Luwembe, yes. Getting prize from NIT. Engineer Mazuri, thank you so much.
Engineer Mazuri Lutema, please, if you're here. Engineer Mazuri, yes. To have a photo with the student whom you have sponsored.
And next is Baraka Amos. Baraka Amos, bachelor degree in automobile engineering with a GPA of 4.2. Getting prize from NIT and Mobic, 3-month internship with 300,000 monthly transport and allowance and free meal.
The sponsors, please.
Mobic, please.
Mobic, please.
And also Scania Tanzania, 6-month internship, 300,000 monthly transport allowance and
Wait, please,
free
I have
meal.
President from Mobic.
Wait.
Hey, engineer, subiria pale upige picha na sponsor mwingine.
And also another sponsor for Baraka Amos is Simba Supply Chain Solution, 1 million. Thank you so much once again, Simba. And also Engineer Mazuri, getting prize from Scania Tanzania, Simba Supply Chain Solution, and Engineer Mazuri, Mobic and NAT.
Yes. Do we have a representative from Scania? Okay. Continue, Deputy Director.
Okay, thank you. Selemani Rashid. Seleman Rashid with a GPA of 4.6, getting prize from NIT. Then we have CRJ East African Limited, 500,000.
CRJ representative,
We have
please.
National Aviation Service, NAS, 1 year internship, monthly allowance and transport allowance. Thank you so much. And once again, Engineer Mazuri Lutema and Dr. Omar Mash, faculty dean.
Dr. Omar Mash and Engineer Mazuri, karibuni pia pate picha na sponsors wengine waliotajwa.
CRJ, please.
CRJ.
National Aviation Service.
National Aviation Service representative. It's okay.
Okay. Ordinary diploma program. Today, Mlelwa, please. Today, Mlelwa with a GPA of 4.0, getting prize from NIT and Engineer Mazuri. Engineer Mazuri once again.
Yes.
Second, Elia Kisemile. Elia Kisemile, if you are around. Getting prize from NIT and also Engineer Mazuri.
Elia, kama unakuja tufanye haraka Elia. Deputy Rector, unaweza ukaendelea.
Ibrahim Baraka. Ibrahim Baraka from Ordinary Diploma in Mechanical Engineering with Railway Vehicle Technology. Getting prize from NIT and Engineer Mazuri. Ibrahim Bakari. Ibrahim Bakari getting prize from NIT and Engineer Mazuri Lutema.
Continue, Deputy Rector.
Next, Department of Electrical, Electronics and Telecommunication Engineering, Magdalena Nkongo. Magdalena Nkongo getting prize from NIT. Hussein Malota Lugwamba getting prize from NIT. And we are moving to Faculty of Maritime and Petroleum Technology. We have Kilonzo John.
Kilonzo John, please.
Bachelor degree in Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering. Getting prize from NIT. Also, we have TASAC.
Representative from TASAC, please.
500,000 trophy and 1 year internship. Thank you so much,
Okay.
TASAC. And also we have prize from Dr. John Laya.
Dr. John Laya, please. To have a photo with a student whom we have sponsored.
Ordinary diploma program. We have Mikidadi Kitambi. Mikidadi Kitambi.
Mikidad.
Ordinary diploma in pipe works, oil and gas engineering. Getting prize from NIT. Next is Messi Musangi. Messi Musangi. Getting prize from NIT. Then we have TASAC again. 500,000 trophy and 1 year internship. And also we have Dar es Salaam Merchants Group, 500,000 employment. And we have Dr. Laya again.
Dr. Laya again.
We are moving to Department of Maritime Transport Management. Josephine Mitinje, postgraduate diploma in shipping and port management. Talta, free registration. And we have 600,000 from Director General TPA's
Representative
award.
from Talta. Okay.
And Director General TPA's award.
Representative from TPA.
We are moving to bachelor degree program. Florence Heaven Mariki. Florence Heaven Mariki getting prize from NIT. Also Professor Eric Masami.
Subiri pale. Hello, hello. Piga picha na mwakilishi wa bandari pale. Wamekusponsor pia. Deputy Rector unaweza kaendelea.
Florence Heaven. Florence Heaven is not around but getting prize from Professor Eric Masami, Tasaki 500,000, trophy and 1-year internship, and also Director General TPA Award 450,000. Ordinary diploma, we have Abel Joachim Fausti. Abel Joachim getting prize from NIT. We have also Simba Supply Chain Solution 500,000 and the Talta free registration t-shirt and caps.
Talta. Hello. Subiri t-shirt kutoka Talta pale.
Number 2 we have Rhoda Mboni Elias. Rhoda Mboni Elias. We have prize from NIT and also 305,000 from Director General TPA's awards. Representative from TPA. Yes. Next is Faculty of Informatics and Technical Education, Bahati Mafulu. Bahati Mafulu getting prize from NIT. Also staff from Mathematics Education and also Humanity and Social Science Department, 500,000. Also getting prize from Dr. Mary Mashoke and also Dr. Salamida Nguliati.
Dr. Mary Mashoke, Dr. Salamida, please, if you are here.
Moving to Department of Computing and Communication Technology, number 1 is Diana Lawrence. Diana Lawrence.
Diana Lawrence, if you're here. Diana.
Getting prize from NIT. Next is Felix Nelson.
Felix Nelson.
Getting prize from NIT. And also Telnet Tanzania.
Telnet Tanzania, okay.
Ordinary Diploma Program, Anna Grace Hope Bulongo.
Felix, subiri hapo pige picha, yes.
Anna Grace Hope getting prize from NIT. Next is Lucia Kayombo.
Lucia Kayombo.
Getting prize from NIT. Jafet Sesentambi.
Sesentambi Jafet, please.
Getting prize from NIT. And Dr. Masawe Dean Faculty. Faculty of Aviation Technology. We have Ismaili Abdallah.
Dr. Masawe, ni Sentambi ni huyu Jafet, yes. Unayemwakilisha Sentambi, kapige picha na Dean Faculty.
Faculty of Aviation Technology, Ismail Abdallah. Prize from NIT. Precision Air Go and Return Ticket. 500,000 from Chich Engineering Company Limited. We have TCAA. Aerolink Solution Tanzania. TCAA 1,500,000 from Aerolink Solution. Also Dr. Mwageni getting prize from Dr.
Mwageni, please, if you are here. Dr. Mwageni, if you are here, please.
Next, we have Josta Julius. Josta Julius, Ordinary Diploma in Aircraft Maintenance Engineering. Getting prize from NIT, Precision Air, Go and Return Ticket.
Representative from Precision Air.
400,000 from Aerolink Solution. Engineer Kapombe, Frank Kapombe, and Daniel Mwanasonga. We have other best students in different modules. Number 1 is Imani Martin. Imani Martin getting prize for the project of a wheelchair. Is receiving prize from NIT and Madam Mwanaisha Ali.
Makofi mengi kwake. Hii project hii pia inashindanishwa kwenye nchi za Afrika. Amepata hiyo nafasi ya kwenda kushindanisha kwa mwambuli wa NIT kazi za ubunifu za Afrika. Makofi mengi tena kwake.
Next, Luvinga Abisai getting prize from Dr. Laya. Luvinga Abisai.
Luvinga Abisai, please.
Overall best student transport planning. Next, Selemani Mohammed. Selemani Mohammed getting prize from Colonel Swai, Quality Assurance Officer from NIT. We have Kiula Obedi Justin.
Kiula Obedi Justin
Getting prize from Mr. Swai.
Kiula.
NIT Quality Assurance. Next is Priska Chacha. Priska Chacha getting prize from Violet Nyambe, Miss Violet Nyambe from NIT. We have Anthony Rafaeli Mwatujobe getting prize from Dasi Office, Mr. Shabani Juma,
Anthony,
Miss Adelina Kalugaba, and free registration t-shirts and caps from Talta. Self-initiative.
Sponsors wa Anthony, please mnaweza mkaja mkapiga naye picha.
Yes.
Sponsors wa Anthony, please.
Makofi kwake Anthony, yes. Tafadhali. Alikuwa akisoma huku anajitafutia ada yeye mwenyewe, akiwa amejiajiri mwenyewe. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Dasi Office representative Das kwa ajili ya picha.
Representative office ya Das.
Mohammed Majid. Mohammed Majid best dissertation getting prize from Dr. Shata.
Dr. Sharibu.
And we have last category, best project for academic year 2023-2024. Best project, Imani Martin Dastani again with the project of wheelchair, getting prize from NIT.
Imani kwa haraka. Yes.
Next is Edward Ali. Yes, Edward Ali. Okay, there are just two, Dastan and Edward Ali, getting prize from NIT for their project of wheelchair. Group number 2 is Georgie Luambano and Frederick Wemezi, chicken boarding machine. If you are around, please quickly. And the third group is Omari Chamlango, Get Prepared, and Silvanus Salvatore with peanut butter project.
Hawa ndio wamefanya zile presentation zao pale, tumeona kwa mgeni rasmi.
They are getting prize, yes, from NIT. Next group, Get Prepared, Ipiana Nicodemus and Mwamba Mbale.
Ipiana na Mwamba Mbale, kama mpo tafadhali kwa haraka.
With a project of manure spreader, getting prize from NIT.
Ipiana
Nicodemus Mwamba Mbale and Samuel Oscar.
They are not here, Deputy Rector, continue.
Yes, come forward. Manure spreader project. And the last group is Pasco Pauli and Eric Tiragwile.
Pasco and Helki, please, kwa haraka.
Aircraft simulator. They are all getting prize from NIT. And the last one is Imanguma getting prize from LATRA, 1 million, and they are giving.
LATRA want to give it to director because Ima is not present. So LATRA they requested that they will give you rector their prizes on behalf of Ima. So rector, maybe, yes, you can have a group photo, the representative of LATRA.
Thank you so much, our sponsor. Now let me welcome Thank you so much, sponsors. Now let me welcome Deputy.
Honorable guest of honor, now we go to the staff. Now before we go to the staff who have published and completed their studies, there are those what we call the senior staff, the retired staff. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Mahona. Dr. Mahona, please. Dr. Ndimila, Lilian Mnengo, come forward.
Naomba tuwasindikize kwa makofi mengi. DJ Sweetlady, hebu wasindikize kidogo kwa taratibu. NIT staff members, tuwapige makofi mengi. Dr. Maona, Dr. Ndimila, Madam Lilian. Yes.
Yes, Bwana.
Asante DJ Sweetlady.
Where NIT it is today, because of the contribution of these staff who have retired, and whatever we are going to give today is just a recognition of their service, but we appreciate their contribution. Now, let me call upon Dr. Zainabu, who is going to categorize or to say what we want to give them. Just a remembrance, kind of remembrance. We cannot pay them, but they have contributed much to NIT. Dr. Zainab.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mgaya, our rector. Guest of honor, may I take this opportunity now to recognize the achievement of our staff who has made various achievements in various categories, as been mentioned by our rector. Starting with our retired staff, we have Dr. Ndimila. Dr. Ndimila was serving as a lecturer in the Department of Transport Engineering Technology. He was also serving as a head of the Department of Aeronautical Engineering, but also Dean, Faculty of Aviation Technology. So may you please move forward there to get your prize. The second one is Dr. Mahona. Dr. Mahona also was
the lecturer, senior lecturer in the Department of Transport Engineering and Technology, but also he served as the head of department of the same department, but also he served as the dean of the faculty of the same faculty, but also acting deputy rector for research, publication, and consultants. Congratulations, Dr. Mahona. We have Madam Lilian Mlengo, who was the principal planning officer. Madam Lilian, congratulations for serving the government for that position. But also have another staff who is Agnes Kiwelu. Is she around?
Agnes Kiwelu? She's not around.
So, thank you very much, Madam Lilian.
Jamani, makofi mengi kwa retired staff. Asanteni sana kwa kazi yenu njema.
Now, may I now call upon another category, which is staff who completed their studies in different levels. We have PhD, masters, and the professional levels. May I start with Dr. Swaibu Yaro? Dr. Swaibu Yaro has completed a PhD in education from the University of Dar es Salaam, and he will get prizes of 200,000 shillings from the institute.
Makofi mengi kwa Daktari Yaro.
Followed by Dr. Clashon Onesmo. Dr. Clashon is a lecturer, has completed PhD in climate change and sustainable development from the University of Dar es Salaam. Dr. Clashon will get the same prize. Congratulations for that achievement.
Dr. Clashon, please. Okay.
We have another staff who is Anzamen Nanyaro. Anzamen is a tutor 2, has completed a flight instructor rating course from Blue Chip Flight School from South Africa. So congratulations, Anzamen. Followed by Ashraf Ramadan. Ashraf Ramadan also has completed his study professional course in flight instructor rating course from Blue Chip Flight School in South Africa.
Makofi mengi.
Followed by Emmanuel Mugisha. Emmanuel Mugisha has completed masters in electrical engineering, specialized in system and control. Kamugisha has completed this master's program from Indian Institute of Technology from India.
Makofi mengi kwa Engineer Mugisha.
Engineer Mugisha.
Wale wacheza mpira namba 2 yetu. Jamani, makofi mengi.
We have Ayubu Kedimund. Ayubu Kedimund has completed his professional course on aircraft maintenance technician training from Ethiopian Airline Aviation Academy in Ethiopia. Congratulations, Ayubu.
Makofi mengi kwa Ayubu.
Then you have Gideon Maris. Gideon, please.
Gideon.
Gideon has completed professional course in aircraft maintenance technician training from Ethiopia Airline Academy in Ethiopia. We have another one who is Castori Njako. Castori Njako, please. Has completed basic aircraft maintenance training from National Aviation Academy, United States.
Makofi mengi kwa Castori.
We have another one which is Abdi Ahmed. Abdi Ahmed, please.
Abdi Ahmed.
Abdi has completed also basic aircraft maintenance training from National Aviation Academy in the United States. So congratulations. We have Peter Donald, who has completed masters in mathematics and computer science and engineering from Nelson Mandela Africa Institute of Science and Technology. So congratulations,
Kofi mengi kwa Peter Donald.
for that remarkable achievement. We have another one who is Yusuf Ruben. Yusuf Ruben, please.
Ruben Yusuf, yes.
Ruben also has completed his master's in mathematical and computer science and engineering from Nelson Mandela Africa Institute of Science and Technology.
Kofi mengi kwa Ruben Yusuf.
Another one is Daniel Mwanasoga.
Daniel,
has
please.
completed Masters of Science in Air Transport Management from Cranfield University.
Makofi mengi kwa Daniel.
Another one is Daniel Hamadi Luembe. Hamadi Luembe has completed Masters in Mechanical Engineering with Transportation Machinery from the National Institute of Transport.
Makofi mengi kwa Hamadi.
Another one is Hanifa Bakari, who has completed her professional course in Management Development for Executive Assistant 2 from Tanzania Public Service College.
Makofi mengi kwa Madam Hanifa.
Then you have the final one, which is Neema Mshana. Neema Mshana has also completed her management course, her professional course on management development for executive assistant level 1.
Neema Mshana, please.
So this makes the end of the second category. May I now move to another category, which is academic staff who published on reputable journals from December 2023 to October 2024. And now may I call upon Dr. Deus Shatta.
Dr. Shatta, please.
Dr. Deus Shatta has published 9 papers
Makofi
from
mengi kwa
different
Dr. Shatta.
reputable journals, and we are going to reward him a prize of Tanzanian shillings 4,500,000 shillings.
Makofi mengi
We
tena kwa
reward
Dr.
each
Chacha.
paper 500,000 shillings. So
Yes.
we have 9 papers. So congratulations, Dr. Shatta, for showing us the
Yes.
roots. We as
Dr.
academicians,
Shatta,
we can do
naweza nikawa
better.
bodyguard wako hapa.
For the 1 year, has successfully published 9 papers.
Yes.
Followed by Lazaro Kumbo.
Lazaro Kumbo.
Lazaro Kumbo also has published about 6 papers.
Yes.
So 6 papers times 500,000 shillings, he will going to get 3 million.
Yes. Makofi mengi kwa Lazaro.
Where is Lazaro?
Inabidi tukuone
Congratulations,
baadaye.
Lazaro. But you have Dr. Laurencia Masawe. Dr. Laurencia Masawe has published 2 papers, and each paper is 500,000 shillings. Now
Makofi mengi
she
kwa
is going
Dr.
to get
Masawe.
1 million
Yes.
from the institutes also. But we have Dr. Benita Miamba. Dr. Benita Miamba also published 2 papers. So we are going to award her 1 million.
Dr. Benita? Okay.
So we have Dr. Faustin Masunga. Faustin Masunga have published 1 paper. We are
Makofi
going
mengi kwa
to
Dr. Masunga.
award him 500,000 shillings. We have Mazuri Erasto Lutema, has published 1 paper, so congratulations, Mazuri. We have Deogratias Tassilo. Deogratias also has published 1 paper. Followed by Lameki, Engineer Lameki Lugaimam.
Engineer
Also
Lameki
has published
Lugayam.
1 paper. publisher, who is Dr. Hans Luambano.
Dr.
Congratulations,
Hans.
Dr. Hans, for that achievement. You are going to get 500,000 shillings for publishing one paper. And the last one is Francis Moses.
Francis
Dr.
Moses.
Francis Moses will also going to get 500,000 shillings for publishing one paper. So this make the end of my of this award for 3 categories. From those, but also we as the institute, we are going to recognize the support that we are always getting from the sponsors, and now we have prepared somewhere with certificates as a remarkable recognition for these sponsors. May I now take this opportunity to invite them to take their So our first certificate is going to Precision Air.
Precision Air representative,
Precision
please.
Air, thank you very much for your support that we are always getting from your institution.
A representative from Precision Air. Jamani, makofi mengi kwa Precision Air, asanteni sana.
Then followed by TCAA, representative from TCAA.
TCAA, please, representative.
Then
Tanzania Civil Aviation
Aerolink
Authority.
Solution Tanzania Limited. Aerolink Solution Tanzania Limited.
Aerolink, yes.
Then
Aerolink, please, okay. Continue, Deputy Director.
we have Director General from TPA.
Representative
Tanzania
from
Port Authority.
TPA.
Followed by Chich Engineering Company Limited.
Chich Engineering, please.
Then we have Mobic.
Mobic, a representative from Mobic.
Then you have Ternet.
Telnet, karibuni pia.
Followed by Scania.
Stanley.
Scania.
Scania, okay. Scania Tanzania
Then
Limited.
is Superdol.
Superdor,
Followed by Latra.
a representative from Latra, please. Latra.
Then Hekima Associates.
Hekima Associates.
Followed by NAS Dark Air Cargo.
Okay.
Then you have Talta.
Talta, please.
Then you have CRJE East Africa Limited. CRJE.
CRJE, East Africa Limited, please. Representative.
Then you have Dar es Salaam Mercantile Group.
Dar es Salaam Mercantile Group.
Car and General Trading Company Limited.
Yes.
And the last one is TASAC. Thank you very much, sponsors, for.
A representative from TASAC. Okay.
Oh, we have one more, who is the Simba Supply Chain Solution. Simba Supply Chain
Simba
Solution.
Supply Chain Solution, yes.
Okay, MC, thank you very much. I have also finalized my.
Thank you very much, Deputy Rector. Jamani, makofi mengi kwa Deputy Rector. Naomba niombe meza kuu kidogo tu, tusimame hapo juu, tukae hapo juu kwa ajili ya picha kwa haraka sana. Na niombe wakati huu tutakuwa tuna picha ya pamoja ya high table. Wakati huo governing council members tutakuwa tunajiandaa pia kwa ajili ya kwenda kupata picha ya pamoja. Okay. Okay, before group photo, naomba tupate shukrani kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa wahitimu wa Chuo cha Taifa cha Usafirishaji, Chairperson of NIT Alumni, please, Mr. Mabuyu, you are welcome for the vote of thanks. After that, we are going for a group photo.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. On behalf of the NIT alumni and the organizing committee for this event, I would like to take this opportunity to give a word of thanks. And first of all, while observing the protocol, the guest of honor, I would like to thank you, guest of honor, Professor Kahiarara, for accepting this invitation and officiating this historical event. Your presence here, Honorable PSC, means a lot to the alumni, NIT, NIT institutes, and also the community. While giving the thanks, I should give upendeleo maalum special to the all the lecturers. I have to declare that I'm the, as I said, alumni, NIT graduate in 1994. So I have to recognize the presence of Mwalimu Sawaka, Mwalimu Mgonja, Mama Chingalame. For those Masawe, Mwingira, you know them better. So special thanks for you. You groomed us, you molded us. Here we are in the industry. So thank you very much, but also for others. Thanks also goes to chairperson of NIT governing board, governing councils, and the members here, but also the theme presenters and moderator for the very good presentations which carried across our profession today, and we believe everybody enjoyed it and benefited out of it. But special thanks also goes to NIT management and the staff, but also for the 11th Convocation Organizing Committee. For this one, I would like to ask all of those organizing committee to wave, to stand and wave wherever they are. Please, for 1 minute. There, please. But also, member of the press, thank you very much for being here. But also, the graduates and future NIT alumni, Talta, we are welcome to the industry. Also, stakeholders for their valuable presence, gifts. It means a lot to our students, but also the best students for winning all these prizes, and innovators, those 3 or 4 innovators which the guest of honor passed through there. Thank you very much for being today and also carrying this event. But again, special thanks to the management for facilitating the introduction of this formal NIT alumni. We are now in interim stage. They are saying a chairperson, but just on the interim. Later, I think we can go to more formal. And for the first time, engaging the alumni to prepare this event this year. So we participated from the designing of the event itself, designing the theme, also inviting the presenters. But that was all possible from the facilitation from the management. So thank you very much for it. And I would like to take this opportunity as the alumni of NIT to give to the management of NIT that will be an active member to link the industry, the market, and the NIT, while demonstrating the positive impact of NIT products in the labor markets. That's why we are here organizing and working on various institutions, organizations in the private sector. So we'll be as a link to link the profession and the practical side of it. We'll be, as I said, acting as a bridge, linking the transport and logistics industry and the market and NIT to continue insisting to continue producing the graduate based on the market, demand driven. That the market, we have seen a number of changes. The NIT of 90s is different with the NIT now. We've been following up very well to meet the market. But also as alumni, will be also contributing on the effort from the NIT on the research and development, solving some country problem. For today, Mr. Ruhanjo has mentioned that we should not focus on tomorrow, we should focus also on today. So we'll be part of that equation to assist the institutions. But also we take this opportunity as alumni and the practitioner in the industry to welcome the graduates of NIT for 2024 to the national development. I'm not saying that coming to the labor market, because before we are all focusing that to be employed, but come to the national development, you can be employed, but also employ yourself, but also contributing to the national economy. But also requesting the alumni participants, Mzee Mwingira, Masawe, I've seen there, to accept our calls. As I said that this is an interim alumni administration, so shortly will be calling you so that we can formalize it through preparing and passing the constituency, also for the general election. Lastly, I have to thank you, all of you, the stakeholders, for your time. You have been here since morning, but that shows that the transport industry is on our heart. That's why we have kept it up to this time. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of NIT Alumni. We are going directly to the group photo. May I call on board now governing council members, please, to have a group photo with the high table. Tunapiga picha. Tuanza na kundi la governing council members, please, karibuni. Presenters and moderators tutakuwa tunajiandaa, heads of institution tunajiandaa, sponsors pia tunajiandaa, na retired staff wa NIT pia tunajiandaa. Governing council and the high table, please. Wapiga picha tukiwa tayari unionyeshe tu signal kwa haraka, tuwe tunaenda kwenye group jingine.
Sikuwahi kuishi peke yangu bila kuwa na wazazi wangu. Baada ya kumaliza masomo nilipata
Asante. Governing council, asante sana. Presenters and moderators, please.
wazazi wangu walinihusia jinsi ya kuishi na walimwengu. Baada ya kumaliza masomo nilipata kazi. Wazazi wangu walinihusia jinsi ya kuishi na walimwengu.
Head of institutions, heads of institutions ambao tuko nao, heads of institutions, please. Thank you very much for coming.
Baada ya kumaliza masomo nilipata kazi.
Our sponsors, please. Our sponsors. Asanteni sana. You are warmly welcome to our group photo.
Kuishi na walimwengu.
with the honorable guest of honor. Sponsors wote tuje. Yes. Retired staff tunajiandaa. Baada ya retired staff, NIT management tunajiandaa. Thank you very much our sponsors for your support. Sponsors tunatabasamu job well done. Mmefanya kazi nzuri sana, tutabasamu. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. Retired staff from NIT. Retired staff karibuni. Retired staff karibuni. NIT management tunajiandaa. Dean, directors, heads of unit and departments tunajiandaa. NIT alumni members tunajiandaa. Tutapata wawakilishi wachache kama tutakuwa wengi sana. Retired staff wa NIT hao. NIT management tunajiandaa. NIT alumni members tunajiandaa. NIT staff pia tunajiandaa. Tutaona wawakilishi wachache, najua tuko wengi, at least tupate picha. Yes. Thank you very much retired staff. NIT management, dean, directors, heads of departments and units, please. NIT management karibuni. NIT management karibuni. NIT alumni members ambao tuko hapa, naomba pia tuwe tunajiandaa. NIT management karibuni. NIT management karibuni. Heads of department, dean, directors, heads of units karibuni. NIT alumni members. NIT alumni members wale ambao tupo hapa karibuni. Alumni wana NIT wale ambao tulimalizaga hapa miaka ya nyuma wenye kongamano letu karibuni, wale ambao tupo. Chris Skuoni na wengine wale ambao tupo kwa uchache wetu tu tuwakilishe wengine. Alumni members. Hongereni sana, kazi nzuri sana. Yes, tuko hatua za mwisho za kongamano. Congratulations alumni members. NIT staff who have published these papers and who have finished the studies, mtawaomba pia. NIT staff who have published and who have finished the studies, please. Mtawaomba. Thank you very much NIT alumni. Staffs who have published and who have finished the studies, nawaomba. Wana NIT ambao tumemaliza chuo au vyuo na wale ambao tumepublish, nawaomba kwa ajili ya picha pamoja na mgeni rasmi. Those who have finished the studies, NIT staff, please. Kama tupo, naomba kwa ajili ya picha. And those who have published also.
Kila mtu kashika lake, kwa uzima wala ugonjwa, hata nasi wazee wenu mmetutupa.
Okay, NIT staff wale ambao tupo tunaomba representative NIT staff. NIT staff karibuni. NIT staff. NIT staff karibuni, wawakilishi wachache. Okay. NIT staff naomba tu wawakilishi wachache. Asanteni, asanteni. Nilikuwa nataka niende kwenye kategori nyingine, kumbe mnakuja. Asanteni. Niombe serikali ya wanafunzi wawakilishi wachache wa SONIT ambao tumekuepo, tutakuwa tunajiandaa. Best student tutakuwa tunajiandaa pamoja na wale watu waliofanya project, waliokuwa na exhibit project tutakuwa tunajiandaa. Na event team waliotuandalia kongamano kwa pamoja tutakuwa tunajiandaa tukamilishe zoezi la picha. NIT staff kama tunakuja naomba tuje nikimaliza hawa. Okay. Hao waliopo ni serikali ya wanafunzi. NIT staff asanteni. Serikali ya wanafunzi karibuni. SONIT karibuni. Best students na wale ambao tumeandaa project ambazo tumefanyia exhibition hapo na mgeni rasmi, naomba tujiandae. Na event team au organizing committee ya kongamano letu hili la 11, naomba pia tujiandae. Asanteni sana SONIT. Best students wote ninawaomba, na wale ambao wamefanya exhibition ya projects ninawaomba pia. Wale wa exhibition tutulie hapo kwa dakika chache. Exhibitions wale tutulie hapo kwa dakika chache. Best students wote naomba tupande. Yes. Organizing committee ya kongamano letu la 11 la YTeam tutakuwa tunajiandaa.
Kweli baba, maneno tumesikia, tunajikusanya tuyazungumze, tutajirekebisha, tumekubali makosa, tunakuomba radhi, tutapata usia wako baba. Nasisitiza heshima, ndio baba, heshima ni kitu cha bure, ndio baba, wanangu nisikilize, ndio baba, kiburi si maungwana, ndio baba, muwaheshimu wakubwa, ndio baba, pamoja na wadogo, ndio baba, tenda wema wende, usingoje shukurani. Kweli baba, maneno tumesikia.
Okay, those who have been in the project exhibition, please. Organizing committee, naomba tuinuke pia tuwe tumejipanga mahali. Organizing committee tafadhali, tuwe tayari. Event team, organizing committee.
Kweli baba, maneno tumesikia, tunajikusanya tuyazungumze, tutajirekebisha.
Asanteni. Organizing committee karibuni.
Tunakuomba radhi, tutapata usia wako baba.
Asanteni sana. Basi tumefikia mwisho wa kongamano letu la 11 la wahitimu, na niwashukuru sana kwa kuwa pamoja nasi mpaka sasa. Samahani sana, tumekuwa muda mrefu sana, lakini nafikiri mambo yote yamekuwa yako sawa. Wakati nitakuwa nairuhusu high table kushuka na kwenda kupata chakula, nitaomba mkuu wa chuo pamoja na mwenyekiti wa baraza la uongozi wa chuo tumuongoze mgeni rasmi kwenda kule juu kwa ajili ya kupata chakula. Lakini pia ninawaomba members wa governing council, tutaongozana na mgeni rasmi. Moderators pamoja na presenters tutaongozana na mgeni rasmi. Naomba heads of institution wote tutaongozana na mgeni rasmi, na sponsors wetu wote tutaongozana na mgeni rasmi. Naomba Ngusekela na Tulizo mnisaidie logistics za kuhakikisha hao watu wote wanakuwepo kule juu tafadhali. Naomba governing council tuungane na mgeni rasmi, na waomba moderators na presenters, na waomba heads of institutions